Whoopie-doo. Here we are. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let people pool in here for a little bit before I start. Gives me a chance to boot up the game and test a few things real quick. Hello, hello, everyone. Yes. This is going to be quite the stream. My goal for today is to get 2 jobs. That's the hope. But knowing my luck, and if anyone was here, if you guys were here for the Bravely streams, which I'm sure most of you were, you guys know how well that goes. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. I'm excited. So I should boot up the game and make sure that it's actually working. Never watched nor played Final Fantasy V, so it's gonna be completely new for you. So on that note, actually, I do intend to kind of mix the 2 highest voted options. So while this will be a 4-job fiesta, I am gonna try my best to showcase some of the cool aspects of the game, and as much of the game as I can. I mean, this is essentially just gonna be a full playthrough. I'm shooting myself in the shins as a fun little challenge, essentially. Alright. How much do people want to bet I'm going to get White Mage first? And I'm going to have 4 White Mages for most of today. It's going to be really exciting. Okay. Game is working. I will need to test the audio real quick. So I am going to swap it over, and we are going to do some audio testing. Because I don't know how it sounds on your end, because I didn't test this yesterday. So I'm going to turn this on, and then we're going to jump over. I want you guys to tell me how it sounds. So I'm going to turn on audio in just a second. There, it should be on now. Make sure it's on. White Mage to start with, that would be a terrible start, but honestly, I think at the end of the game, I'd be counting my lucky stars that I have a healer. No audio yet. Can't hear it? No audio? Okay. So that answers my question. Tell me if you can hear it now. Because I have to do something a little different, because this is not on a capture card, this is on Steam, and so I have to make sure the audio is different. Okay. Let me make sure that it's... Because I'm going to be recording this as well, I need to make sure that it's also capturing audio on the recording. It looks good, so we are going to hope and pray that everything is going to work properly. I think it'll be okay. However, I am gonna make sure. Okay, yeah, volume is good for me. Okay, I think that's everything. It doesn't sound too loud, does it? Can you guys still hear me pretty well over the game? That'll be something I can fix in post, but I want to make sure you guys can hear the game and hear me. Okay. Cool. Alright. Well, then, I would say, real quick, for anyone who is unfamiliar with what a 4-job fiesta is, I want to go over it very briefly. I'm sure I'm going to have to reiterate this multiple times today. But just to go over it really, really quick, essentially what a 4-job fiesta is you play through Final Fantasy V normally. However, every time that you encounter a crystal, which the crystals in this game are the things that give you jobs, we are going to roll on this nifty little website here, we're essentially going to randomize the job that we get to play that we get from that crystal. So, for example, the Wind Crystal, which is the first one we'll interact with, gives us either Knight, Black Mage, White Mage, Thief, Blue Mage, or Monk. And so whenever we hit the Wind Crystal, we're gonna click that randomize button and we're gonna get a job. So it could be Knight, White Mage, anything like that. And throughout the game, we're going to interact with the new crystal and we're gonna pick a new job. And whatever job it lands on, that's what we get to use for both main and sub jobs. We don't get to use anything else. And so we've got to figure things out. And Final Fantasy V is pretty notorious for having some very silly fights and dungeons and whatnot. Like this game can get pretty tricky. And so that's why this style of challenge has been so popular, because trying to outsmart the game with 4 jobs, because you can get some really stupid jobs like Berserker, which essentially is a job that makes it to where you can only attack. Yeah, trying to make that work in certain encounters can definitely be a bit of a hurdle. But that's what makes it fun. So whenever we interact with a new crystal, we're going to be randomizing these jobs, and we'll see what we get. Ooh, Black Mage, Berserker, Bard, Chemist. Now that would suck. I'm glad that's not my actual role. So whenever we reach a crystal, which my goal for today is to hit the first 2 crystals. Thief, Berserker, Dragoon, and Dancer that would not be great either. That would be RNG the job. Now, I have done a challenge like this before in my personal time, years ago. I never finished it. The only part I remember is that I had Berserker and Chemist. I got about 80% of the way through the game before I decided to not do it anymore. Not because I couldn't figure it out, but because I got bored. However, that was like 12-year-old me. My attention span back then was in the negatives, so I think it'll be a lot more interesting now. What jobs am I hoping for? Honestly, for the first crystal, the Wind Crystal, I will take any of them, to be honest. I feel like in the long run, Monk and Thief are probably not the greatest to get. White Mage would be really sucky for today because that's a slow burn, but I would be thanking my lucky stars I got White Mage later in the run. But honestly, I'll take any of them. I'll take Black Mage, I'll take Blue Mage, I'll take Knight. Yeah, Wind Crystal is fine. Water Crystal is what I'm scared about, because there's some really good jobs in here, and then there's like Berserker, and I think there's also, actually no, I think Water Crystal actually has a pretty good selection of jobs. It's just Berserker I need to worry about. And then Fire Crystal and Earth Crystal I think will be okay. But who knows? I will not know until we get to those crystals. So we're gonna figure that out. Stop wasting your good random rolls. I rolled on Water Crystal like 80 times yesterday, trying to get all of my Berserker rolls out of my system. I love Blue Mage. I love Blue Mage, especially in this game. It's very good in this game. So we'll see what we get. Okay, so I have tested a few things. I made sure that the game is functional. So I think, without further ado, we're going to get started. Oh boy. Oh, and if you guys have not played Final Fantasy V before, I will be trying to showcase as much of the game as possible. So yeah, think of this as close to a full playthrough as I'm gonna do anytime soon. So, let's get this started. Here we go. And if any of you are Final Fantasy XIV fans, you're gonna see a lot of very silly references early on here. So, there are a lot of them. Also, one other thing, because this is the pixel remaster version of the game, there are certain jobs that are not available, that are available in versions like the GBA, so if you're interested in doing a challenge like this, and you are on a different version, you might have other jobs that I don't have access to. So, that is something to keep in mind. So, okay, I do want to go over this real fast. Final Fantasy V is a personal favorite of mine. I think this game is one of the better mainline Final Fantasies. I really, really like it. It's not as story driven as some of the other Final Fantasies. What's there is good, but it's not the main focus. And the gameplay is really fun. It's really, really fun. I think this game it has a lot of charm to it. Even if it isn't the most iconic or extravagant Final Fantasy out there. And yeah, the job system allows for some silly challenges like this. And so I'm excited to play it here. There's a reason why I put it up on that poll. I've gone through this game. I think this is probably the Final Fantasy that I've played through all the way from beginning to end the most. So I do have a little bit of knowledge on it, but to say that I'm an expert, I would not claim that. The only thing you know about this game is Battle for the Big Bridge. Oh, that is in this game. And for those who don't know how big that bridge is, oh, it's big. That bridge is big. We won't see that for a while, but trust me, that bridge is big. Dancer Monkey's your favorite combo. Sword dance with fists is a nice amount of damage. Yeah. Yeah. I like how Dancer is essentially Gambler before they decided to add Setzer. That's essentially what Dancer is. It's the Gambler job. It's really fun. I'm kind of hoping I don't get Dancer, but thankfully there's enough tools in the game to put the odds in your favor. This is not Grand Ship. No, it is not. This is not Grand Ship. There is a cool airship in this game, but we won't see that for a while either. We're going to be dealing with crystals. Also, unlike Bravely Default, this game gets straight to the point on the whole, Come on, game. Come on, game. You get straight to the point on the whole shattering the crystal business. Yeah, Geomancer's kind of Gambler too. Depending on the terrain you're in, you get random abilities. Alright, so Ares' plot has been foiled, everyone. Good job, we can go home. Easy peasy. Mission accomplished. Also, let's get it out. Actually, no, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for them to reveal his name before I make fun of it. I have some class. I have some class. What's up, Lavos? Oh, that would be so cursed if that was Lavos. Chrono Trigger reference for anyone who doesn't know. Sorry, I'm assuming you guys actually know all of the stupid, silly SNES references. But I don't know what kind of games you guys have played, so I shouldn't do that. I think that was probably reused assets for Lavos. That meteor scene. Anyways, here's the controls. I'm playing on a Nintendo Switch controller, if anyone's curious, so the buttons are a little silly. There is a meteor over here, but I think we're just gonna ignore that, and we're gonna go over here. Never mind. Okay, well, I was hoping that with a chocobo I'd be able to explore the whole wide world, but I guess not. Alright, well. Oh well. Nice, your favorite game? It's one of my favorites too. Alright. So we do have, I think this is actually the first instance of a named chocobo in Final Fantasy. This is Boko. Very, very cool chocobo. Also, one of my favorite additions in the Pixel Remasters is the sprint button. It's very useful, especially in this game. Okay. So here's our first battle. This is an ATB combat system. It's classic Final Fantasy, so we will be running with that. I'm going to try and keep it on active combat for as much as I can, just to add a little bit of extra tension. There might be a few times where I switch it over to wait, but for the most part, I'm going to try and keep it on active combat. Okay. One interesting thing about this game that I actually kind of like, but I can see why some people aren't a big fan of it, is there's only one character in this game you can name. which is Bart's here. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna be going with Bart's, because that's his name. But I would be lying to you guys if I didn't tell you that I was genuinely thinking about renaming his name to Farts. Up until maybe 20 minutes ago. Yeah, like Seth and BD2. Every other main character has a set name. Farts is the only one you can name. He's essentially the self-insert. In Japanese, his name is Butts. I think we got the better end of the deal, but this poor man, he does not catch a break with his naming. It's so unfortunate. This is probably... Oh, God. Hey, Barts, what's going on, man? My poor boy. He did not deserve to be named Barts. So anyway, Meteor. So, this game is, if you're not familiar with Final Fantasy V, the general plot of this game is somewhat familiar if you've played Bravely Default. There are 4 crystals that control 4 different elements, and instead of them being consumed by darkness, like Bravely Default, here they're being shattered. But, you know, the wind crystal we just saw in the intro cutscene got shattered, and so the wind stopped working. So, yeah, very similar to the Anchime chapter. You're going to see a few similarities. Bravely Default was definitely inspired by classic Final Fantasy, especially this one. So we're going to see a few similarities. Alright, time for one of my personal favorite party members in Final Fantasy, just in general. I think outside of Tella in Final Fantasy IV, this is the first time that we get kind of like an old man party member, which is really fun. Yeah, 1, 3, and 5 have crystal plots. So does 4, but 4's is not the same as 1, 3, and 5. 4 kind of has, like, I think 4 has 12 crystals, and they're not exactly this, they don't work exactly the same. The best name for a party member, Old Man. I mean, that's essentially what he is. This is Golf, everyone. If you are an avid Final Fantasy XIV fan, you might know who this guy is. You might not, depending on how far you are in that game. He's a lot more important in this game than he is in 14. That is definitely true. He's really, really fun. I think, honestly, he's probably my personal favorite party member in this game. But honestly, funnily enough, I really do like this cast, and I'll be going into that a lot as we play through. So our job is to head to the Wind Shrine. Well, at least Golf and Lena want to head to the Wind Shrine. Farts over here is just kind of a wandering adventurer. Golf doesn't have a memory, and Lena is well, we assume that she might be some kind of royalty. We'll see about that in a bit. And then there's Farts over here. Farts doesn't want anything to do with it. Unfortunately for him, we're all going to become part of a really, really unfortunate adventure where we can only use 4 jobs. It's gonna suck. Please do not give me White Mage. As much as that would save my run later, I feel like I'm gonna hate running 4 White Mages at the very start here. Okay, hang on. I do have a story. Whenever I first played this, whenever I was a kid, I did not know how to get out of here. Because I was not paying attention, or at least I was just too stupid to realize that Barch ran through here during the cutscene to save Lena earlier. And so I walked around here for maybe like a good 10 minutes, not knowing where I was supposed to go. So, and then I quit the game, called it stupid, and pick it up for like another 2 or 3 months. And then I realized, oh yeah, he walks through the forest brush. Should probably do that again. So, I have plenty of stories like that, because the first time I beat this game was whenever I was pretty young, I'm going to say 11 or 12, and I was very stupid. There is a Phoenix Down in this area. We're not going to need it. We're not going to need no Phoenix Downs. What do you take me for? Oh, Boko did not like me saying that. I wish Boko showed up in other Final Fantasies. Unfortunately, he's kind of exclusive to this game. Actually, I think he's in World of Final Fantasy a little bit. Yeah, he's in World of Final Fantasy, so I guess that's kind of a lie. Yeah, he's in World of Final Fantasy. Which, that's another game that I really, really like. I genuinely think World of Final Fantasy is really good and does not get enough attention. Okay, so we're gonna auto battle here. I'm gonna try and minimize combat as much as possible until we get our first job, which thankfully will not be too long. We do not have to wait too long to get our first jobs. But until then, we're gonna be trying to minimize combat. Yeah, Boko, that's right, because Boko helps you through the big bridge, along with Eiko. Favorite class in the game? Yours is Blue Mage. Blue Mage is definitely up there. I also really like Mime. Also, these two jabronis are fainting. I mean, who wouldn't during an earthquake? Mime is a personal favorite. I really like Mystic Knight because I'm basic like that. I like Red Mage, but I always like Red Mage. If I had to pick like a favorite, probably Mime. However, it is tied to, you know, you leveling other jobs. So, okay, well. So there's earthquakes happening, which is really unfortunate. So we're gonna have to find a way around this. Unfortunately, Boko is a stupid chocobo, and I don't remember the color of chocobo in Final Fantasy VII that can climb mountains. I believe it is blue. If we had any spray paint, maybe we could paint his feathers blue and he could walk up mountains. But it's either blue or green. I don't remember. I think it's blue that walks on mountains. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I could have sworn it's blue. But I haven't played the original Final Fantasy VII in years. And this is about Final Fantasy V, not 7. Is this game with the Loch Ness Thunder Monster? Yes. This does have a Sildra. We will see Sildra here very, very soon. We will see Sildra very soon. This game, it does not have a slow beginning. It throws a bunch of stuff at you very, very early on. This game picks up pretty fast. We have one little dungeon we have to go through real fast, and then it's essentially we get a ship, we get a dungeon, we get a bunch of towns, have fun. It's really like go, 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 go. Really, really fast. Essentially, we're going to be going through a tutorial dungeon that teaches you how some of the stuff works, like interacting with obstacles, the healing springs, and, you know, fighting. But after that, it's... The map opens up pretty fast. Which, honestly, I really like. So we head north into this cave that was not here before. I checked. People can verify that. I did check it. There was nothing there. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't bring Boko into caves, which kind of sucks. I would love for a mainline Final Fantasy. I was gonna say something that I realized I think 16 kind of does it, where one of your main party members is a chocobo, and they just kick the entire game. I think that'd be really fun. I guess there is the Chocobo Mystery Dungeon, but give me a chocobo party member. Honestly, just give me a Final Fantasy like where Gilgamesh is the main character and make his party members like a Tonberry and a Chocobo. I think that'd be funny. There needs to be a Gilgamesh Final Fantasy. Yeah, 16 has oh yes, also Indiku. 16 has Torgal and Ambrosia. I don't think Ambrosia fights outside of cutscenes, but it does have Ambrosia, which is the Chocobo, if people don't know. The white Chocobo in Final Fantasy 16. She does fight, just I don't think in gameplay. Yeah, give me a Gilgamesh game with Indiku, like a random Tonberry, and Chocobo as a party member. You Chocobo Knights? Yeah, well, we'll see that in about a month. Okay, so we do have auto battle, thankfully, so we can speed this up. Yeah, alright. Yeah, give me the mascot party member. Honestly, I'm surprised they have not done like a Dynasty Warriors style game with Gilgamesh. I think that would go really, really hard. I'd play the hell out of that. I think as close as we got to proper Chocobo Party members World. Yeah, it's either the Chocobos that you can get in World of Final Fantasy, or I guess Chocobo Knights, which are Moogles in Tactics. Probably about as good close as you're gonna get. Yeah, Ambrosia never joins the actual party. I think she fights in like one quest, and then in some cutscenes, and that's about it. Which, maybe one day we'll get a Chocobo, like full-on Chocobo party member. I mean, they got their own game. They got Mystery Dungeon, so hey, it's almost there. I don't know. I think if I had to pick, I feel like I would kind of want a Tonberry game over a Chocobo game, but maybe that's just me. Yeah, I feel like a Dynasty Warriors themed Final Fantasy would be kind of like a shoo-in, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Maybe that's in the talks. Especially after Fire Emblem and Zelda. I'm still hoping for a Kirby Dynasty Warriors from Nintendo next. I think that'd be really fun. All right, Pirates Hideouts. Trying to figure out how that ship was sailing without wind. Also, I don't think Pirates Hideout is a good place to be right now. Is it so you could one-shot stuff as a Tonberry? Yeah. I want the entire gameplay of a Final Fantasy game to be me slowly waddling up to the final boss and going doink and then one-shotting them. Hey, it's their fault they got hit, all right? It'd be nice to be on the, you know, shanking end of the spectrum for once. I don't know exactly when to get keel-hauled by these pirates. So we are just going to walk around like it's no one's business. This is like whenever you walk into like a wedding reception. As long as you pretend like you belong, then there's no problem. That's how I've gotten into multiple of those. You know, I'm a riot at weddings, all right? Oh, never mind, that guy's asleep. Just act like you belong and they'll just let you right in. That is a joke, by the way. Do not do that. That is a bad idea. This is not a do as I say, not as I do type of situation. All right, yo-ho. So I don't think they realize that there are, you know, sales and whatnot. I do want to say that the party of this game, of Final Fantasy V, they share about a collective 1/8 of a brain cell. I don't think there's any smart character in this game. I said that in quotation marks, but you guys can't see that. I don't think there's a single smart character in this game. I think the closest we get is Ferris, which we'll get to in a second. But even they have their moments. Oh, I would love another Miitopia game. I would love another Miitopia game. We're getting Tomodachi Life in January of next year, and oh boy. I really want to make content over that game. I love Tomodachi Life. Also, yep, Lena's a princess. I wonder if that pink hair is hereditary, or if she decided to dye it. Knowing her family line, probably the latter. Yeah, no, this cast shares about a collective 1/8 of a brain cell. I think that's being generous. Thankfully, everyone else around them is pretty stupid too. And that's what makes it so funny. So we are Lena's proving that she's royalty by showing off her pendant. It's very, very important. So the pirates know that we are important. And it doesn't seem to work because we're going to be thrown into the brig anyways. Good try. Could have been worse. Yeah, music is much better in this version. The PlayStation release of like all of the classic Final Fantasies, or like, even like the GBA versions, I don't know what was going wrong with the soundtrack, man, but it was rough. Also, I love the term, this is a fine how do you do. I love Goluf. He's so much fun. I love these guys. I'll sit down and start reading some of this dialogue here in a bit. There's some really, really classic lines as we get into this game. A lot of this game is just them looking for a brain cell. Essentially, yeah. That is essentially what this game is. There is not a single, like, full brain cell shared, I think, amongst the entire cast. I think, ironically enough, I think Xdeath is probably the smartest character in this game. And as we'll see, he's a character, all right. He's a character. We won't get to Xdeath for a little bit, but he's a character. So Ferris here has the same pendant that Lena does, which is quite interesting because it's a royal pendant. So either she stole it or there's something a little bit more going on here. Again, this game, it does not slow down. Like, it's just go, 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 go. There's a lot of plot points that have already happened real fast. So it looks like the pirates are going to help us, which is surprising. So we don't need to worry about stealing their ship, which was the original plan. It was Golf's wonderful idea. Look where it got us. I mean, at least we get control of the ship. But we did have to spend the night in the brig. So I would say that's a pretty good deal. I'd say that's a pretty good deal. She, that's clearly the dude with long hair. Yeah, my bad for assuming their gender. I just see long hair in early 90s video game, and I immediately think woman. Which is immediately disproven because I think Lena doesn't even have, like, shoulder-length hair. I think her hair is actually pretty short. So that's just me being prejudiced. My bad. I mean, have you seen Ferris's, like, official art, like, Amano art? They are a very, 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 very pretty man. They are a very pretty man. Could have fooled me. Actually did have me fooled. Stairs in Sephiroth. I am not the only person who thought Sephiroth was a girl whenever they were a kid. It's like the relationship between Mind Flayers and this other enemy, where the Mind Flayers are scared because characters are so stupid they can't be detected. They can't be directed, yeah. Or that if you eat their brains, you'll get dumber. Amano's art gives Ferris's blonde hair not canon. There are a lot of scenarios like that. Terra from Final Fantasy VI, for one. Whenever I was researching for that game, it was really funny to see that the sprite work for Terra originally was blonde. No, it was originally blonde. And then the Amano artwork, it was both green and blonde, and they had issues trying to... There was like some miscommunication or something, and eventually just landed on green as her hair. And unfortunately, Square Enix cannot seem to decide on which hair color they want her to have. Also, Sildra is currently pulling the pirate ship because, you know, there's no wind. So how is this pirate ship moving? I don't know. The Loch Ness Monster is kind of dragging them along, which is pretty good. Which gives us access to a ship immediately. So yeah, now we have a ship. Cool. You do hope I roll Summoner. I'm hoping that we get to the Water Crystal today. Do I want them to sail to the Wind Shrine for me? No, thank you. I do have some place I want to stop first. Just so I can grab some items. But we do have this open area for us. Now, there isn't a lot to see, but it's still pretty nice that it's fairly open. There is a town for us to go to. There's a few areas for us to explore. We're going to hit this town first, and I'm going to grab some I'm gonna grab some items real quick. I'm not gonna grab any equipment, I'm just gonna grab some items. Yeah, Summoner is really good in this game. Like, really good. Also, Ferris is going to abandon us for the pub. Gonna go get shit-faced before we go head to the Wind Shrine, which, you know what? I respect it. We're gonna hit up this area, get some potions. I'm gonna need them. Okay. Oh, I did not mean to sleep at the inn. Oh, that's a waste of skill. The custom class mod, which allows you to give every class 3 more skills instead of just 1. That's really good, actually. That's really good. Okay, so we got 3 potions already. I think 3 more should do it. I think 6 potions should be good for this. I don't think we're gonna need any more than that. We're essentially gonna be Excuse me. We're essentially gonna be auto-battling through this first dungeon anyways. We will explore more of this town after we get our first job, because that will tell me what I need to go and buy and whatnot. There also are a few extra things that that I'm going to want to do in that town, just for completionist's sake. I think there's a few Steam achievements I don't have on this game just yet. Okay. Wind Shrine time. When we're at the end of this dungeon, we will have our first job. So right over here is a silly scholar man. There's a lot of those. But essentially what he's going to tell us is that Lena's father, which we see in the intro of the game, went to go and check out the wind crystal and hasn't come back. And also there's, you know, monsters all over the place. So obviously something's going wrong. Do you understand what they're thinking? Like why the summons are the same cost as Aqua spells but 50% weaker? I mean, I get it, but I'm a lot happier that Summoner's actually really good in this game. So like rolling Summoner in this game I would, you know, jump and do a little heal click. I'd be very happy. Okay, so we do have an item right here that will let us fully heal. That could be useful if I need to grind, but I don't think I'll need to. This is the first dungeon. Essentially, you can just auto-battle it. Also, real quick, checking our gear. We're fine. We'll be okay with basic gear. We're essentially just gonna run through auto-battle this stuff. It is important to know that there are some enemies that if we end up getting Blue Mage, we're gonna want to come back in here and grab some of the blue magic we can find in here. There's leather shoes. I think I'm gonna give that to Farts. Actually, no. I'm gonna want to give that to, honestly, probably anyone that isn't Ferris. So yeah, we'll start with Farts. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Summoner in this game is sort of Red Mage with extra stuff, right? No. So Summoner in this game is entirely focused on summons. What you're probably thinking of is Sage in Final Fantasy III, which is essentially better Red Mage. It has summons, black magic, and white magic. Summoner in this game is entirely focused on summons. However, the summons in this game are way more than just dealing damage. There are summons that will give you, like, physical shields. There are summons that can heal you. There are summons that can drain HP or MP. There are summons that can apply regen, and there's a variety of things you can do with them here. We're gonna go ahead and save. There we go. 30 minutes in, lots of stuff already happening. Very exciting. I don't remember the correct way. I said I've beaten this game. I can count on 2 hands how many times I've beaten this game, and I still don't remember the dungeon layout. There's a leather cap. That's just extra defense. We'll put that on Lena. We'll just go down the list. Oh, I have 2 leather caps. Oh, that's right, because I got one in the dungeon. We'll give that to Golf then. Basically Vampire, Bravely Second Summoner. That's, I would say, the closest Bravely comparison to it would, yeah, probably Vampire. However, there is Blue Mage in this game, which is what Vampire is based on. And Blue Mage in this game is also really good. The downside is that there are certain Blue Mage abilities that we might not be able to get depending on the other jobs that we have. But yeah, regardless... Oh, Elixir Drop. Okay, I'll take that. The Blue Mage will still be really valuable if we land on it. In your opinion, that's the right way to make summons? Varied effects from the summons? Absolutely. There is a Final Fantasy game that I don't know if you guys have heard about. It came out over a decade ago now. It's called Final Fantasy Dimensions on the phone. It's a phone game. That game did Summoner really well for a Final Fantasy game. It's one of my favorite summoners in the franchise, is that game. They did Summoner really, really well. And then Braylee Second did Summoner very, very well. Final Fantasy IV, like Rydia, she's a really good summoner. We're gonna give this broadsword to Golf. I don't want him to be using his fists right now. Say Vampire since Vampire does a little bit of everything. So, yeah, I would say the Vampire is pretty close to how Summoner works in this game. We're hearing a little bit about Dimensions. That's okay. I mean, it's not a very well-known game. It's very good. If you guys are looking for another like job-based Final Fantasy to play, and you've played through this one a bunch, I would highly recommend Dimensions. I think it's still available to play. If not, I'm sure there are ways of playing it. Okay, first boss time. This guy's not playing around. He jumped 3 times at me. First boss. This guy is pretty simple. Essentially, the Ring Raptor will just do regular attacks on us. He does have a phase where he can close his wings, and if he does that, just don't attack him until he opens his wings again. We're gonna be playing safe, waiting for his wings to close. Oh, there's Breath Wing. That's gonna do some damage to us. I'm gonna be ready to heal. We'll heal Bartz and Lena. And then we'll heal Golf. I think Ferris will be okay. Gonna close your wings. It's gonna... I'm on wait right now. I need to turn that off. Okay, there's his wings. They're being closed, so now we're just gonna wait. I auto-battled an accident. Whoops. Well, there goes some of my potions. I think there goes all of my potions. Well, at least we'll get to see what this does. Hey, that was Golf was the one that... Huh? Golf was the one that hit him? Why'd he go for farts? My guy does not deserve that kind of slander. Hello, thank you. All right, get him. All right, well, we're out of potions. I'm glad I bought more, I guess. Even though 3 of them went to waste. This guy does not have a lot of HP, so we should be... Yeah, he should be dead here pretty soon. Okay. First boss down, not that bad. But here comes the fun part. Here it comes. Here it comes. What are we gonna get? I guess I have to... Right, I have to do the rest of the dungeon. Manny Wizards. Those guys kind of look funny. Oh, actually, I need to turn off weight. You are correct. Ooh, a rod. Rods in this game are actually really, really good. We're gonna turn on active. We'll do normal battle speed because I'm on active. Battle messages will be on normal so we can read them. Everything else should be good. There are boosts in here. What I'll probably end up doing is increasing my ABP later, whenever we get jobs. Your ABP is essentially your JP. This is what levels up your jobs. And because I'm going to be using only 4 jobs, it'd be nice to have all of their stuff as soon as possible. So whenever we do get jobs, I'll probably be turning this on. I'll be probably keeping everything else the same. Scaff. That'll be useful if we run into a white mage. I don't think there's anything else that I need to get in here just yet. So we'll move on. All right. Crystal time. Unfortunately, the crystal's already shattered. But hey, that's good for us because we get... Well, I was gonna say we get 6 jobs, and while that is true, we're only gonna use 1 of them. So, yeah, it's gonna be time to roll the gambling wheel pretty soon. So we're gonna get a little bit of... We're gonna be getting a little bit of a tease on where the other crystals are in the game. We're about to get our blessing from the crystals so we can actually use the jobs. Which, you know, it's kind of an important process. You! The water crystal, this is the one I'm scared of. That one right there, that's the one I'm scared of. Because that one has Berserker. And Berserker would make me really sad. And I'm hyping up Berserker so much. I've been hyping it up since before I even started this stream. It'll be really funny when I when I don't get Berserker and all of this hype is for nothing. Honestly, I think that's worth it. So these three jabronis, Golif, Ferris, and Lena, get all of their blessings. The Wind Crystal's already broken. Or Bart's, man. Oh, never mind. He got his. Berserker is just a distant last place job, isn't it? Berserker's not bad. I just think it's clunky. Because essentially it's auto-battle the job. You cannot control it. They just attack. And so more often than not, I would probably end up killing my Berserker so they don't screw up any strategies I'm trying to do if I get Berserker. However, there'd be a few cases where watching them go ape shit would be really funny. If they were whole, you would get a busted class. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? This game doesn't really have... I guess Freelancer's kind of this game's capstone job, because it has Late Bloomer, which is essentially every time you master a job, it gets stronger. And it's a lot stronger in this game's case. Like, Freelancer is God at the end of this game if you are playing it properly. It's really good. Surprisingly, Berserker can be very strong just on a 4-job like that. Yeah, Berserker actually is very useful whenever you can control the jobs that you have in your team. Isn't that nice? So here's King Tycoon. This is Lena and Ferris's father. He's kind of a Force ghost right now. He's telling us that we need to protect the crystals, which, yeah. We've already done a swell job on that. There's three of them. There's three of them. We got this. We don't need to worry about the Wind Crystal that... Hey, it broke before we got to control Bart's, alright? We can't be blamed for this one. I always instantly think of Kamen Rider Tycoon when you hear Tycoon. Yeah. Man, that's Kamen Rider Tycoon. That's not a name I've heard in a while. Anyways, there is one good thing to come out of the crystals breaking. We get jobs! Yay! We get Knight, Monk, Blue Mage, Thief, Black Mage, and White Mage. Which one of these are we gonna actually get to play with? Nice two-handed and ninjas dual wield make Berserk extremely strong. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, like if I get Knight Berserker, we're set for any fight that doesn't immediately lock out physical damage. Like, we're set. But if I end up getting White Mage, Berserker, Bard, Chemist, I'm probably gonna lose it. We'll have to really think outside the box. Okay, so, before we leave this temple... Hey guys, let's spin the wheel! Well, I guess it's not a wheel here, it's a randomizer. Actually, hang on, real quick, just to let you guys know. So here are the jobs. We've got Knight, Monk, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage, and Blue Mage. Knight is essentially the warrior tank of this. It's the warrior / paladin of this game. They have lots of HP. They can wield heavy armor. They have insane strength, and they have an ability called Cover that lets them guard their teammates. If you know Knight and Bravely Defaults, this is pretty. Hang on, I have the thing maximized. Hang on, Knight. Here we go. Knight is essentially Knight from Bravely Default, just a lot stronger. Monk is what you think it is. You don't wear a lot of gear, you are bare-fisted most of the time, do lots of heavy physical damage, you have a pretty decent HP count. This would be a okay pick early on. I think Monk would kind of struggle later portions of the game, but I would be okay with this. Knight would be a great pick. I'd be perfectly okay if I got 4 Knights right now. Thief? So before the stream started, Thief was the job I predicted I would get. Thief is okay. You can obviously steal items, which there's some pretty valuable things in this game. They don't have a lot of HP. They're pretty fast. They don't get a lot of weapon options, but we can make it work. I think this would be pretty meh if we got Thief. White Mage. This is definitely a job that would play out in the long run, but in the short term, it would be kind of rough. Yeah, it's like Knight's like Vanguard. That's pretty close. Yeah. White Mage, pretty good. This is essentially the only dedicated healer in the entire game. So not getting White Mage can mean problems later. However, getting White Mage right now would turn this stream into quite a slog. So it's kind of a 50-50 shot on whether or not I want White Mage. I would not be against White Mage, but we'd have to get creative for the early portions of the game. Black Mage. This is a glass cannon job. You know, heavy black magic, lots of elemental damage. However, has one of the lowest HP pools and is very slow. I would not be against getting Black Mage. Elemental damage is so good in this game. But to say that I might have to reset a few fights would be an understatement. There'd definitely be a little bit of luck. Yeah, lots of rod breaking as well. Rod breaking is really, really good in this game. So, I would be okay with getting Black Mage. And then there's Blue Mage. Blue Mage has pretty, like, middling stats. However, you learn monster abilities. And there's some pretty decent ones in the early portions of the game. You get some decent gear, which is pretty good. I would say Blue Mage is probably my second most wanted pick, just because it's cool. I like Blue Mage. I think Knight would be my #1 pick here. What is rod breaking? So you can use rods, like rod weapons, as consumable items. And if you use them as a consumable item, they do a certain magic attack. And it's really powerful. Yeah, they're essentially one-time third-tier spells. They're very strong. Guessing a lot of bosses have major elemental weaknesses? Absolutely. There are a lot of bosses that have... It'll be a while before we hit a boss that does not have an elemental weakness. How am I handle the randomizing the jobs? So, there is a website dedicated to randomizing the jobs. Whenever we hit a crystal, we're going to be clicking the randomize button on whatever crystal we're at, and it will, boop, give me a job. And that'll be how we do it. So whenever we hit wind crystal, which we're at right now, I'm going to click randomize winds, we'll get a job. Whenever we hit the water, we'll get a job from the water crystal. So, to list my wish list, Knight is #1, Blue Mage would be #2, White Mage #3, Black Mage #4, Monk 5, Thief 6. I think that's my order. So, I predicted I'd get Thief before the stream started. Oh, here we go! First job of the stream. Here we go. What are we getting? White Mage. Okay. Does the randomize only do the new jobs? Yeah, so the randomize is for the crystal jobs specifically. I'm doing the normal rule set for Four-Job Fiesta. So whenever we're randomizing for the water crystal, it will only be for, like, it will only be the water crystal jobs, essentially. Fire crystal will only be fire crystal jobs. You know, that kind of thing. So yeah, we are White Mage. That means I need to move everyone over to White Mage. We cannot have a freelancer anymore. This is our first job. Oh, I'm gonna turn on cursor memory. So we will have so for people who do not know Four-Job Fiesta, one of the rules is that you must have at least one representative of your jobs in combat at any given point. So because freelancer's technically not one of the jobs we rolled, we're running 4 White Mages. If you think about it, you technically got Monk as well. Yeah, I guess that's true. So, White Mage is our first one. It's gonna be a slow burn today, guys. We're in for an interesting run. Thankfully, yeah, I do have a healer, which I'll take. Can White Mage at least use offensive spells? Yes. A few of them. Not a lot, but a few of them. Unfortunately, for the first arc of this, for the first big segment, well, not big segment, the next segment of this game, we're gonna be going and buying a few flails. They've got holy and they've got healing magic. Thankfully, we are going to not. I'm gonna explain this to you guys as we go, so I'm not gonna need this tutorial. See you, Boko. Thankfully, one of the early dungeons of the game is entirely filled with undead, so we will be good there. Unfortunately, there are a few other dungeons that we will run into that will be a problem. We can break rods, which is very good. So that'll be really helpful. We might have to use that on the boss before we get to the water crystal, but oh boy. Blue Mage's soul, White Mage's arrow. Yeah, arrow's not for White Mage in this game. Okay, so now that we have White Mage, now that we know that's our job, we're gonna want to go get some gear. Alright. So we have staffs. I did check something. So we do have staves, which is nice. Actually, I think real quick what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go grab the magic first. So White Mage can use, let's see here. White Mage can use staves or flails. I don't think I get flails for a bit. Earth spells and holy? Yeah, well, we don't get holy for a long time. We're gonna be stuck with physical damage for a while. Actually, I think there's a few of these that we can get around town. So I'm gonna explore the town first. And then we will buy stuff afterwards. So I'm gonna pull this up real fast. I'm gonna make sure I don't miss anything. I don't think there's anything too crazy. Yeah, we're gonna be whipping the enemy for a good amount of time here. Okay, so there's a few collectibles that we want to grab. There's a potion. I think there's leather shoes somewhere, and that will save me some gil. And having to buy, I think it's right here. No, it's 150 gil. That's, hey, I'll take it. I think there's, oh, I didn't want to go inside this house just yet, but we will, I guess we'll check that out here in a second. Hey, Torna Canal, Xenoblade reference? It's crazy. There's gotta be something here I'm missing. I feel like there, oh yeah, here we go. Leather shoes, okay. So, who does not have leather shoes yet? Lena and Galuf do not. Okay, well, that'll save me some time. The benefit of flails, though, in this game is it doesn't matter what formation you have, you'll do set damage, which, that is a difference between this and Bravely Default. There is a formation, so you can have characters in the front or back row. If you have them in the front row, they deal more physical damage, but take more physical damage. If you have them in the back row, it's the opposite. They deal less physical damage, but take less physical damage. However, weapons that have long reach, like flails or magic, ignore this formation thing altogether. So, for the most part, we're gonna want our white mages in the back row, but we're gonna have to get clever. White mages only get meh physical damage and anti-undead. Yeah. Thankfully, there is an entire dungeon centered around undead enemies, so we will have that advantage going for us. But yeah, it's gonna be rough. I cannot equip shields, which sucks. But we are gonna grab 2 caps, and we're gonna equip that. Oh, I think I need to equip this on Ferris. Unfortunately, they are getting shit-faced at the bar right now, so I have to equip them in this menu. Okay. We're gonna want another staff. We're gonna want more shoes. So we'll have to go to the other shops here. Yeah, like Metaphor. Yeah, the front and back row is like Metaphor. It's exactly right. Unfortunately, think of it, if you are a Metaphor enjoyer, think of this like we are playing through the first portion of the game only using the healer archetype. We're gonna get our asses clapped, but it'll be funny. I don't think there's any other... I don't think I can get a flail for a little while. Hang on. I think the first flail is in... There's gotta be a flail somewhere. Let's see. Is it not until Karnak? Yeah. At least you had Hama in Metaphor.
Yeah, I
think the first one we can get is in Karnak, which is after the ship graveyard. That's fine. It just means that I'm gonna have to get through the next boss, which might be a bit of a problem. And the ship graveyard won't be that bad, hopefully. Yeah. Shouldn't be that bad. Dear God, help me. Okay. This is gonna be fun. Okay, let's get 3 staves. This is essentially my only weapon I can have right now. I cannot equip shields. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, healer was well suited for the first dungeon. White mage on the... yeah. Healer is not bad in the first dungeon of Metaphor. Well, the first dungeon you get it in. But yeah, to say that I'm excited about this would kind of be a lie. We get Cure, Libra, and Poisona, which is good. To say that we won't be healthy would be a lie. We will, we'll at least have that going for us. We do not have accessory shop, so we are not gonna have leather shoes. That's fine. Okay, let's go to the pub. Because there are some things I want to do in here. So you can talk to a bunch of these people, which is pretty fun. But honestly, the main attraction here is these dancers and that sweet, succulent piano over there. But we got to get through these dancers first. So we're gonna let Bart's wine, take some energy off real quick. But I'm looking forward to that piano. Once you're done, Bart's, get up and make your way over there, buddy. Don't worry about them. All right, everyone, sit back. I was a little bit of a Mozart in my early days. I got this. I'll play a little bit of a canon in D, like Mozart used to do. Or was that Beethoven? Maybe that was Mussorgsky. I don't know. Maybe it was Patchy Belly. I'm a little rusty. Never mind. Don't worry about that. I just need to de-rest a bit. There is a room over here. I see Ferris sleeping. I kind of want to pull a prank on them. Wow. Not expect my bones to make that noise. Bart's... yeah, let's, dude, you've already had your fun. Can you, like, back off a bit, buddy? Yeah, Golf, go check in there. This is a completely optional scene, by the way. So when I said that Ferris is a very pretty guy, it seems like they agree with me, too. So, you know what? By pride, I guess? Question mark? Final Fantasy V was very progressive for its time. Maybe I'm wrong. Great Caesar's Ghost! I gotta start using that. Whenever I'm old and in a wheelchair and in a retirement home, I'm gonna say Great Caesar's Ghost. I mean, who can really blame them? There's some very pretty dudes. Have you guys seen Link? All right, I may be a straight guy, but I know a pretty dude when I see one. All right. Anyways, I guess we'll leave him alone. Whatever. Be that way, Ferris. I'm trying to give you a compliment, but I guess not. Anyways, there is one more important thing to see in this town. This house right here. Very important. If we're trying to get to the other crystals, we kind of need to go through this canal that was mentioned. So this guy's in charge of that canal. So we're going to need to grab the key for it. Ferris is clearly a dude. Yeah, of course. I mean, Who would let a girl lead a pirate crew? Am I right, guy? Am I right, fellas? Who in their right mind would let them do that? Like, come on. Come on, guys. He seems to have lost the key to the canal somewhere. Time to go and find the stupid key, I guess. Oh, I'm dreading White Mage. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun. Oh, I'm so excited. Hoo, yay, yay. I mean, I ranked it 3rd on my, like, job list. It's middle of the road. I'll take it. But it would have been really funny if I ended up getting, like, beef or something. Bart's is gonna go for some late night drinking. As he would. I think Bart's... Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Bart's is actually... At this point in time, I think Cecil was the oldest, like, officially the oldest protagonist at this point in time. I think Bart's was up there, too. I think he's 20-ish years old. Also, this is a really good song. Home Sweet Home is very good. So this is a flashback. These are Bart's parents. Bart's dad is kind of an important figure. And we'll be seeing quite a bit of him throughout the game. White Mage is stellar, except when you're only using that. Yeah, thankfully we won't be only using White Mage for very long. The distance between here and the next crystal isn't that big. We have 3 dungeons to go through before we hit the next crystal. Also, old man sitting next to small girl. Probably shouldn't be doing that, my guy. Thank you. I think we got 3 dungeons and like 4 bosses to go through before we hit the next crystal. But while that may sound like a lot, it really isn't. I would say we will hit the next crystal before the stream ends. I'd say within about 3 to 4 hours, depending on how long the post-ship graveyard segment of this run goes. So this old man, who's in charge of the canal that we need to go through, was purposefully hiding the key from us because he was uncertain if he wanted to put us into danger. However, because Bart's is a night owl, he decides to trust us. You know what? People have trusted me on less. Ding, it's morning. Alright. Bye, Boogity, let's go get Ferris. Actually, that's the wrong old man. Whatever, it works. Honestly, you could probably replace Golf's dialogue with Professor Toadsworth from Paper Mario, and honestly, I don't think there'd be much difference. The pirates, we don't need them. We do want Ferris, though. We kind of need the captain. One thing I wish this game did have was you could see the job outfits as you were exploring the overworld. Unfortunately, you don't. I think that was probably a tech limitation at the time. Actually, no, that's not true. Final Fantasy III did it. It was just a stylistic decision then, I guess. But it would have been really funny to walk around as 4 white mages in these cutscenes. Anyways, so Ferris is abandoning the pirates because, they're not needed. They're gonna hang out in the hideout. I do want to go back there, but not right now. Running around as Monk Lena would have been peak. That would have been just the return of Psychopath Agnes. And honestly, yeah, I would have been okay with that. Alright, so off we go. I think it'll be right around here that'll probably start slowing down the dialogue a bit. I just wanted to really get into stuff. Actually, I think I'll wait until after the ship graveyard. I want to get into the meat of the game, which we are essentially about to hit that here very, very, very soon. We're basically out of the tutorial once we've finished this cutscene. So anyways, people are dooming and glooming about the wind dying down, but honestly, I mean, How long do you think this will take? 4 or 5 weeks? I think people can live 4 or 5 weeks without wind. I'm sure it'll be fine. Hello there, Jolly Deer. You had all the rights to make Pirate a Final Fantasy V job instead of Thief. I think... I know Gambler was originally going to be a Final Fantasy V job, but it did not make the cut. I know that for certain. I know that Shadow was supposed to be a character in Final Fantasy V, but he got pushed to 6. I don't think he was supposed to be a main party member, though. I just know that he was supposed to be a character that appeared in 5. Funnily enough, Go-Go appears in this game, and then is a playable character in 6. So, there was definitely some holdovers they added for FF6. Goleth the Amnesiac, still not much help, but he's trying. I mean, he's past 50 years old. But the best he can do is put on that white robe and just heal us to death. Actually, no, that's not how that works. If I was Black Mage, that'd be how it worked. But, honestly, I gotta figure out who is gonna be my heal boy. Probably Farts. Probably Farts. Ferris is over here being, a little weird, thinking that their dad is still alive, even though we just saw his Force Ghost, not even maybe 20 minutes ago. But yeah. Anyway, so at this point, now Bartz has joined the party, essentially. The whole Wind Shrine bit that we just saw, he was like, I guess I'll come, but this is actually now he's part of the team. It's funny that the main character is the last one who joins the team officially. Yeah. I talked about it when his name was added in, but Bartz just has such an unfortunate time with names. His Japanese name is Butts, and his English translated name is Bartz, which just sounds like farts. Like, my guy cannot catch a break. Also, he has maybe like half a brain cell, which, again, this entire cast are not very clever. They share a quarter of a brain cell together, but, you know, that's a part of the charm, you know? But still, poor Bartz. Alright. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Actually, no, I can back out. I don't want to do that because, I'm gonna need to save. Another thing is I am going to put on max AVP. That'll be very useful. Okay. So, I think what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to do like 2 frontliners and 2 backliners. That way, I have like 2 attack white mages and then 2 cure white mages. Ferris and Bartz have the highest MP count, but I think Bartz has the highest strength? Yeah. What is the highest magic? Lena has the highest magic, Ferris is the second highest. So I think the girls, well, Lena and the very pretty guy will be our healers for right now. And then Bartz and Goleth will be the attackers. Even though Bartz has more MP than Lena does. We'll make it work. Okay. We'll make it work. Yeah, translated names were pretty wonky. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I don't even know what would have been a better translation for Butts. Because, like, you could have done Bart, but, no thank you. You could have done Bort, you know, like the license plate, but, I don't really think that would have gone too well either. Yeah, Ferris is a very, very pretty dude. I don't think Bort would have gone over very well. Like, I guess, I don't know. I honestly don't know what a better translation for Butts would have been. Okay. Okay, we aren't taking much damage, which is fine. And honestly, our damage isn't too bad. 8 arms. Okay, that did decent damage. It's fine. If we just auto battle, honestly, I could probably front row us. Ooh, there was a miss there. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. I could probably front row for right now. Row, attack, attack. 18 damage? Alright, it's fine. Attack, attack. Okay. Thankfully, I can heal outside of the ship. So, we can just do regular auto fights here. Okay. We won our first fight as White Mage! Okay. That means this run is doable, guys. That means this run's doable. We'll heal with farts for right now, since he has a lot of MP. And then we'll put everyone in the front row, I guess, for right now. Okay, we got one fight done. Only, like, I don't know, 1,000 more to go. But until the next one, probably like 100 fights. Progress is progress. All right, we got my magic level 1. I'll take it. All right, I think this is where our first boss is gonna come in. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Time for another boss. If you guys are not familiar with Final Fantasy V, for those who aren't, this game has a crap ton of bosses. Like, I think there's like 28 or 29 bosses, like main story bosses. Like, there's a lot of bosses in this game. They're around every freaking corner. And some of them are very tricky. And so, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So this boss in particular, though, shouldn't be too bad. If we had Black Mage, you would just spam Thunder, and the boss would die in like 2 hits. Unfortunately for us, we're gonna have to just hit him with our wood staff. That's about as good as we're gonna get. It's about as good as we're gonna get. This is honestly a really small whirlpool. Anyways, crab. Or I guess lobster. Okay. So this guy, if we Libra him, just to get an idea. Level 5, 650 max HP, weak to lightning. For those who are, you know, if you're playing along, you can use that. He has the ability Fielder that can paralyze us, which sucks. But thankfully, paralysis is just something you can walk out of. Tail Screw is annoying. Tail Screw puts your HP down to very, very low, like 2 or 1. And unfortunately, if we aren't quick enough, we might just die. Like that. Oh hey, our 2 attack White Mages are currently paralyzed. Riveting. So we're going to worry about Tail Screw, obviously. But in the meantime, we're essentially just going to be trying to poke at this guy's HP. We are in for some pretty long boss fights. This is gonna be an encounter, for sure. Whenever Lena and Ferris's MP run low, we're gonna swap them out, essentially. Feeler, that's fine. We'll swap them out, we'll row them, and we'll have Bartz and Golf heal. That's the plan. That is the plan. There's Tail Screw, go to Lena, heal. Oh, no, I want to heal. There we go. I was using the analog and it hard mapped me towards something else. I am on active combat, so we do have to make sure we menu quick enough. Lena's already pretty low on MP. Wow, okay. We'll just play safe then with her MP. Okay, 36. Wow, okay. I'm still pretty good. We got plenty of MP still. I do have an elixir in case we are in a really dire circumstance. Thankfully, this boss cannot double up on turns, so as soon as they use Tail Screw, I just immediately send a heal. I'm gonna use Ferris to heal Golf, and then we'll keep attacking. I got one more heal on Lena. Hopefully, I can use it here and swap her over doing the attacks. Okay, there we go. No, we'll actually wait on that heal. And then I could do an AoE heal here with Ferris, but I think I'm honestly okay. Okay, there's Tail Screw. We'll heal Lena with herself, and then she'll swap over. I guess we can top everyone off with AoE cure here. Yeah, that's good. Alright. And then we need to row Lena so that she can go on the offense. And so Ferris will be our main healer for a bit. I'm gonna heal everyone. Unfortunately, we got paralyzed there. That sucks. That's okay. Okay, we're gonna attack. There's tail screw. I need to speed up turns here now because Lena cannot defend herself. Oh, please do not attack Lena. Oh, okay. Alright, we gotta get her up. We only got one Phoenix down, so gotta immediately cure Lena. Just so Feeler doesn't kill her. Can't let that happen again. Okay. I think we're probably like halfway through his HP bar. Okay, tail screw. Attack. 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 Lena's supposed to get poisoned. That's later, trust me. I think Lena gets poisoned like 2 or 3 times throughout this game. It's really funny. She does not have very good survival instincts, that girl. Not very good survival instincts whatsoever. Okay, we got one more cure out of Ferris before we got swapped over. We're good on that. Attack. Come on, I can't value any misses, man. I can't afford a miss. Okay, we got healed here. Which means I need to row Goluf now. I'm gonna row Bart's. I'm gonna potion. There we go. Okay. And then when Ferris gets around, we're gonna row with her. And then Farts. Actually, no, I shouldn't have done that. Should have healed. Because then we're gonna have tail screw. I don't have a potion. Cure. Okay, we got very, very lucky there. I'm gonna defend here for a second. Damn. Okay. He's not letting Goluf play. I see. Okay, that's fine. Made him again. We're getting there. I can tell that he's desperate. As long as he doesn't feeler both of my current healers, we're okay. As long as he doesn't feeler my healers. I think a new sentence has been created today, folks. Okay. We need Goluf to be our healer now. Come on, come on, Lena and pretty guy. Okay, tail screw, perfect. Medium rare chicken enjoyer. Yeah. Honestly, I am definitely. Probably. My opinions on meat would probably turn away a lot of people. I would rather, like, my steaks and whatnot be a leather boot than have any kind of redneck. I am a vile person like that. I am a well-done enjoyer. I am a well-done enjoyer. Okay. I usually say that if it's not well done, I can still hear the moos. I am that petty. It's definitely a diva moment from me, but it's definitely a diva moment. But I'm just weird like that. Okay. We're almost there. I can tell. I can smell it. We're almost there. I kind of want to lever him just to check. Nah, never mind. Well, I guess Lena can check it. Oh, we missed a tail screw. Perfect. How close are we? Level 5. 120 HP. We're almost there. I'm almost at a point where I just kind of have to run through them. I'm running out of MP here. Goluf, Cure, Ferris. Okay, I think maybe 5 or 6 more hits. Okay, 12. 16. All right. All right, maybe more than 5 or 6 hits. Okay, now Bart's can be on heal duty. Trust me, the next boss. Oh, did I just like defend? Oh, I defended. Whoops. Well, hopefully he doesn't attack Bart's. Don't attack Bart's, please. Oh. Okay, thank you. All right. Thankfully, the next boss that we're up against is partially undead, so we will have the ability to heal the boss to death. But okay, Lena's not getting credit for this. No, are you kidding? That's right. I didn't have a Phoenix down. Never mind. All right, well. Oh well, sucks to be you, Lena. I'm sure she'll get that White Mage level 2 stuff later. Lena was the blood sacrifice, I guess. That's what she gets for dying twice in that fight. Oh, see you, Sildra. You're not supposed to be in the whirlpool, buddy. Sildra's gonna go and get that stupid red lobster for us. Unfortunately, Sildra's not here to pilot our ship. Currently, running hands with the giant crab. And, I think she won? Kind of unclear. I'm going to assume that she won, because I am a Sildra enjoyer. So, I believe in the Sildra agenda. However, so the wind's not here. We don't exactly have sails on this ship. I don't think Ferris had it in the budget to invest in sails, and also they wouldn't work anyways. So, yeah, Bart's just said what I was going to say. The ship is just kind of drifting right now. So, yeah, that sucks. Yeah. Sildra, went to go join Final Fantasy XIV's lineup of mounts instead. Got bored. But, yeah, so, as I was saying that we had an awesome ship to go and explore the world with, yeah. Not anymore. Kinda stuck. So, yeah. Anywho. Hey guys, we're at the new dungeon. Also, that fight went not that bad. I was okay with that. That was fine. The Graveyard of the Sea. I always thought that Ferris had like a very thick, like pirate accent. With very, very pretty looks. Anyways, Ship Graveyard. This is a pretty big dungeon. Do not let the small size of this fool you. This is a pretty big dungeon. There's quite a bit to explore. Unfortunately, actually no, we are fully healed, which is very nice. I am going to put everyone in the back row. I believe every single enemy in this dungeon, or at least most of them, are undead. And so we'll have that advantage to us. Hey, speak of the devil. So ideally, we'll be able to do Cura on everyone. Yeah, White Mage is going to be pretty good here. And to the point, like, if you are struggling with White Mage, like a White Mage only run, this is kind of be one of your go-to places to level up. Hey, daggers. I don't think we can equip those, because we're not Black Mage. Yeah, no. Can't equip daggers, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. I've got to be very certain that I don't miss anything in here. Also, did I just auto-battle a heal? Oh, strikes. Ferris didn't do that. Okay. So, we actually are going to be pretty good here. I don't think we'll have too many issues. I believe, yeah, I think these are all undead. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. I do need to set it every single fight to not auto-battle. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to get hit here, which is okay, but we're not taking too much damage because thankfully we're in the back row. Unfortunately, that damage will kind of spike later, but we should be okay in the meantime. Okay. Just gotta play it safe, make sure I don't min you in properly. Alright. Lots of level ups. Nothing over here. It's really fun to go through this game again. I actually really, really, really like this game, if you couldn't tell. I replayed it earlier this year, like really early. this year. Just because I wanted to. But it's nice to go through it again. This is a game that I will play pretty often. I like it a lot. I don't think there's anything in here that I need to worry about. A ton of encounters. The flail and the rock. Okay, yeah, I'll need to go grab that. The flail will be very, very valuable for the boss coming up. Yeah, this game is really, really good. Okay, let me make sure. Yeah, I don't think I can grab the flail just yet, can I? Actually, no, I think I can. Yeah, I can turn off encounters real fast. No, I can't grab it just yet. Is this rock? Yeah, no, okay. There's a flail later, though. Yeah, the story is very straightforward, and I'm okay with that. It serves its purpose. It's not. This is not a very story-focused game, but it's still really good. Honestly, I like this game's story more than some of the later Final Fantasies, because it doesn't jump the shark, so to speak. I do think that some later Final Fantasies kind of lose the plot. So I appreciate this one for kind of sticking to its guns. And it knows what it is. So I'm gonna go down here real fast, grab this treasure chest, turn back on encounters. Sometimes simple is better, sometimes it's worse. Yeah, it's definitely up to personal preference. All right, down into the water we go. Oop, I'm pushing the wrong button. I was trying to do a bit. No, I biffed it. Not bad. I was trying to be funny. Okay. Actually, I think there is something down there. Maybe I'm wrong? Yeah, no, I'm wrong. Okay. Counters on. 990 gil. Very specific amount. But hey, I'll take it. Undead Husk. I just auto-healed myself. Whoops. I wasted a lot of MP doing that. Yeah, good. 160 damage on a single target. See? White Mage is good here, alright? White Mage is pretty good here. We will take it. It is better than nothing. It is much better than what we were dealing with that stupid Red Lobster wannabe. Is Red Lobster even still around? I remember reading something about it going under. I don't know. I think I can probably count on one hand how many times I ever went to Red Lobster. I don't even remember what I got there. Probably chicken tenders. Knowing my younger self. I didn't even get any of the seafood. I don't even know if Red Lobster's still around. Okay, I do want to grab this treasure chest. Gimme. Phoenix down. That'll be helpful. I did like a month ago. Oh, so it's still up. I was looking into like obscure, like childhood not obscure, but like childhood restaurants that I hadn't been to in a long time, like Red Robin. I don't remember the last time I ever went to a Red Robin. But they're still around. They're still around. Younger self. Yeah. Okay. Well. All right. Younger self in quotation marks. Yes, I'm not that old. But I can still say that. Everything in the RPG is gently healing the undead back to death. Yeah, I enjoy that too. It's always a gimmick that I forget about. But... yeah, 100% I still eat chicken tenders. Are you kidding me? They're good. They're good. I think my order would probably be different if I went to Red Lobster now. It would probably still not be seafood, but it would probably not be chicken tenders. It just, you know, probably would not be seafood. I'm not a big seafood guy. You think this game has too many cutscenes? It definitely has a lot. It kind of mellows out later in the game, but there's definitely a lot of cutscenes early on. And hey, here's another one. This one's fairly long. There's a fish in my shorts. This is the, actually, no, I think Toy Story predates this. No, this predates Toy Story. Right? In Toy Story, yeah. Toy Story was like, what, 1990? Somewhere around there. So this would be after Toy Story. Fish in my boots, fish in my shorts. Honestly, I think I'd rather it be in my shorts. I think it's easier to get out of, but... Yeah, I think, Toy Story is 1990, I think. How did Bart get his fish in his shorts? Don't worry about it. He's got one of those, like, sweat shorts, and he just didn't, like, tie the knot. He didn't tighten it, so it just kind of, like, popped in there. Time to get dry. All right, strip, old man. Never mind, I guess Ferris just wants to get pneumonia. All right. See, Golf and I are on the same wavelength. Come on, you pretty man. Never mind, doesn't like to get touched. You know what? I respect it. I respect it. Also, I find it funny that these guys... I know it's an optional scene earlier on, but they figured this out a long time ago. They were just delirious. They thought they saw a really, really pretty dude. They thought they saw a really, really, very, very pretty and well-endowed dude. No, that's just a girl. That's just a girl. Someone who has cooties. Ugh. Ugh. So for the argument I was having earlier, yeah, no, I was not wrong. Ferris is a woman. Which is a big reveal. Too bad it's not very well kept anymore. I mean, then again, it's a reveal that happens an hour into the game. It's not really that big. Yeah, I agree. I would probably not want to be the only girl in a band of pirates. However, historically, there are some female pirates that did very, very well. But still, not a very high number of them. You're awfully pretty for a man. See, even Golf gets it. This game is surprisingly progressive for its time. Very, very pretty dude. Anyways, never mind. Okay, so I guess Ferris wants to sleep in, soaking wet clothes. Still not a good idea. Thankfully, we are all white mages. This would be a situation where if we weren't all white mages, we'd probably have an issue. But narratively speaking, I think we're fine. Also, Golf is definitely me. The older I get, the more I realize that Golf and I are essentially the same person. Golf and I are essentially the same person. Now, I roll out of bed. I have stories of whenever I was younger. Whenever I was younger, I had a loft bed that didn't have like a bottom bunk. Essentially it was a bunk bed with only the top bunk. It's a loft bed. And there were at least 2 different points in my younger life, where I fell out of that loft bed, which is, that was not a small drop, where I would fall out of that loft bed and just wake up on the ground and not realize I fell out of the loft bed. And I was just like, huh? How'd I get here? And it shocked me a few times because, let's say that was maybe like a 6 or 7 foot drop. It was not, actually no, that's probably too big. Maybe it was like 6 feet drop? Still a big drop. Didn't budge. Okay, I do want to make use of the save here. However... Oh yeah, I guess they technically could probably cleanse themselves if they were black mages. That is true. Okay, there's nothing else for me here, so now we will get to walk out. Actually, no, hang on. I didn't check the chest. I didn't check this. Nothing. I've totally played this game, guys, before. I totally know where all the hidden items are. I absolutely will not need any backseating whatsoever. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Alright. I'm gonna need all the help I can get for this challenge, man. I'm gonna need all the help I can get. Okay. Mind Flusher. This is the bootleg version of a Mind Flayer. Still undead, which is useful. I don't know, that enemy design reminds me of SMT5. There's a Filipino, I think it's the Philippines. There's a Filipino-themed demon that, I don't know, that one reminds me of. It's the lady who splits herself in half and has like a really long blood-sucking tongue. It gives me chills. I think it's Monoganogle? I don't know, that enemy design reminds me of her. It's not a good thing. I'm terrified of that thing. Okay, I can walk up here. Don't think there's anything in here? No. It's so nice to make use of my actual heal spells for something that isn't healing my buddies. Very nice. I'm getting a lot of daggers. Thankfully, the daggers will be useful selling fodder if I decide not to bump up my guild any higher. If not, if I end up getting ninja later, which is very possible, they could be good throwing daggers, which I'd probably end up using them for that. Otherwise, I don't really have much use for the daggers, so we'll see. All right, I think, what about a fashion tier list for FF5? Honestly, I would not be against that. I could probably throw that together in a short period of time. I could probably do that on stream after we get all the jobs. Because I despite me not being able to actually use it, I definitely will be going and getting Mime and everything. So we will get all those jobs. And then finding pictures of like Gladiator and Cannoneer and Oracle and Necromancer is not hard. So we can still judge those two. However, I do want to wait for later story beats to happen before we go over them, since there is some pretty important stuff that happens. Ooh, treasure. Antidote, and Phoenix Down. Those two antidotes are gonna save me whenever Lena decides to do something really stupid in a second. Well, I guess it's not in a second, but it's gonna happen. I don't think there's another Final Fantasy character who is more prone to hurting themselves than Lena is, as we'll see throughout this game. She's a little accident prone. Even though I don't even think it's really an accident. She kind of purposely does it, because she's not the brightest. But hey, it's fine. She has some funny dialogue, so she gets a pass. And again, everyone has funny dialogue in this game, so everyone gets a pass. I'm being a little quirky. I think she's almost caught up with everyone else on job levels. I need to make sure I grab a flail. Which is... There's a hidden path somewhere. Right here. And you go down, back around here. Yeah. So... I wanted to go grab that, because that treasure chest down there at the bottom left is a flail. Which is a weapon that I can actually use on the White Mage. So we're gonna jump back around and grab that. That will come in handy here very, very soon. Now, if I remember correct, I do need to walk back and get it this way. However, I don't think I need to do anything else. Actually, no, I need to go under. Actually, no. I think I go up. I go right here. No, I'm wrong. Go down. I have to go back around, I think. Yeah. So I walk back through here. So, excuse me. That flail that we're about to get is essentially going to be our main damage tool for this next boss, for the first half of it, and then the next few bosses. Well, maybe not the next few bosses, but at least the next boss after the one we're about to fight. Because the boss we're about to fight splits themselves between either being alive and undead. And so whenever they're not undead, we're gonna have to hit them with a flail, and whenever they're undead, we're gonna hit them with cure. And then the boss afterwards, yeah, it's gonna be another slow burn like Red Lobster Man over there. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That's fine. So, thinking ahead, I don't think I have any big walls to deal with. I just have a lot of long fights ahead of me. What's up, Zager? Made it just in time. I think... Oh, I know I'm missing some... Oh, there we go. Got it. I know I just had to wait. There we go. Grab these bad boys. There we go. Flail. So, Bart has the highest strength of us all, so he'll get the flail. There we go. So, look at that. Went from 9 attack to 16. There we go. Perfect. Oh, it's pathetic, but it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, yeah, welcome to the Four-Job Fiesta. We're 4 white mages right now. What's the challenge? So it's a Four-Job Fiesta, which is a very well-known Final Fantasy V challenge. Essentially what it is you play through the game like you would normally. However, whenever you reach one of the crystals, which they give you the jobs in the game, you only are allowed to use 1 job from each crystal. So we got our first crystal, and it gave us White Mage, which means White Mage is the only job we can use right now until we reach the next crystal. Then we get a new job. So we're stuck with 4 white mages having to do the early portions of this game. And yeah, it's... we just had a boss fight just a little while ago. It was a bit of a fight, to say the least. We're about to hit another boss fight very soon. I kind of wish I'd prepared items for it. But I think we'll be okay. But we'll see. We're gonna save. Yeah, it's gonna suck for a bit, but we got it. Thankfully, we're going up against a boss that, honestly, White Mage is pretty good against, so we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. I don't think I have any other... Go to ship graveyard. I have all of the chests in the ship graveyard. Perfect. Have I considered learning Holy? Ah, yes. That would be very helpful if Holy was not one of the last things you get in this game. Ah, that would be so nice. Anyways. Where am I? I completely lost where I was going. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Black Mages, you know, they're a little quirky. Only if I had rolled Black Mage, we would probably be a little further than we are right now, but yeah, it would be cool if it wasn't one of the last things you do in this game, which is get Holy and Flare. Okay. I'm set up. I guess I'll just sort this. Alright. See how well this goes. We got another somewhat long cutscene ahead of us. We're gonna have to watch every time if I die here. But, something's fishy. Get it? Because he had a fish in his pants earlier. Honestly, Bart seems like the kind of guy to wear jorts. It seems like his thing. Oh, hey. It's Bart's mother. This is totally not suspicious whatsoever. Oh, and he's gone. Well, we got a 3-man. It'll be fine. Hey, we saw you like an hour ago. And okay. Well, you know what? Golf is my favorite party member in the game. I think he can solo this game, right? It'll be fine. It doesn't matter if the other 3 have been incapacitated by ghosts. Doesn't matter. We got Golf. Don't worry about the kid in front of you. Ah, yes, amnesia kicking in. You can't trick someone who doesn't even know what the hell's going on. I love Golf. Yeah, don't worry about their souls being taken by some weird ghost thing. You don't need to worry about that. Hello there. Golf is badass. Let us eat your soul! Die, monster. You don't belong in this world. Hey guys, it's Siren. This game's very silly. Because they're my friends, I'm not gonna abandon them. Also, I need someone to get me out of bed. Oh, never mind. He just slapped that man's ass. It's crazy. That's wild. You know what? Slapping people out of mind control. Again, golf saves these guys' asses so many times in this game. Yeah. Golf is brandishing the crucifix right now. My guy's crazy with it. Prefer Furion to Bartz. Furion's a better name for sure. Poor Bartz, man. I'm gonna be saying that a lot throughout this game. Poor Bartz. This game is not kind to him, both in his naming and also in the story. Like, he gets bullied a lot. Alright, oh hey! The one who's going to be throwing hands, so to speak, got silenced? You know what, it's fine with me. 48. To give you an idea, she healed more than I dealt damage to her. Anyways, here's Libra. So, Siren's level 2, 900 HP, no weaknesses for right now. Essentially, this first phase, Siren is essentially focused on protecting herself. However, regular magic doesn't really work very well on her. Why did I auto-battle there? That sucks. That's a lot of wasted MP. Essentially, what this fight is us trying to get her down to lower HP. Once Siren has... oh, never mind. Siren has become one of the undead. Never mind, she's making me a liar. Once Siren has become undead, which is signified by her changing into rotting flesh, we then go apeshit on her. Whenever she's undead, she has very high physical defenses, and she also has access to poison, which we're gonna need to cleanse. This will be our main damage phase, because, Cura and all that. We're gonna have Farts defend during this point in time. She has heavy physical damage too, so we'll need to be curious about that as well. Okay, we're good on that. Yeah, she switches phases on her own. I confused her with the next boss, which is HP based. We're gonna heal here. Yep, okay, cool. We're gonna Poisona, and then we're gonna go back on the offense with Bartz. For people who have just joined in, I am on active battle, which means I do need to menu fast, or else, the boss will start to overwhelm me. So, we are going to be worrying. We're going to have to worry about that. Unfortunately, she will heal herself during this phase when she's, not undead. So during this phase, we're going to be doing chip damage with Bartz and just trying to keep ourselves topped up. Okay, now she's back to being undead. Wait for her to swap. Yeah, menu fast or take a beating. Thankfully, silence is not something that you can just kind of wait it out, so we can have Bartz start healing here as well. See, despite us having only white mages, you can still get you still have to have a pretty creative approach to boss fights. It's not like we're just gonna have a slog here. The next fight, it might be a bit of a challenge, but, you can still get some pretty enjoyable encounters out of this. You still have to be on your toes, which I enjoy. I assume she's gonna swap over here in a second. Nope, down the turn. Her swapping over is tied to her ATB, so yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, because we're fighting undead, we have a lot more tools available to us. And it makes the fight a little bit more interesting. So, there we go! Yay! We got a bronze shield that we can't use. Selling fodder. Yeah, next boss, we're gonna have to get creative. The next boss, I'm gonna have to use some math. And honestly, I'm probably gonna need your guys' help. Keeping track of some numbers. So... oh, boy. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to break some rods for the next fight. Is there a rod in the chip graveyard? Like an actual elemental rod? I think there was, what, an ice rod? Rod. No, there's not a rod in here yet. I think it's the next town that you get a rod, right? Bart has a regular... Well, we have regular rods. We do not have an elemental rod yet. So, we'll have one rod. There's one in the next city, yeah, okay. No, what Bart has is a flail. We got the one in Tool. Well, we got a regular rod in Tool. Unfortunately, we can't go back to Tool right now. So if there was one in Tool, then whoops. I do think there's one in the next town, so we should be able to do that. Thankfully, we don't need to worry about the next dungeon just yet. We do have a town for us. So there is that. We have Carwin here, which I do think does have a rod for me. I do think this one has a rod for me. I will check. Carwin. You guys can enjoy the river dance music while I check this. Yeah, South Carwin, Frost Rod. Okay. So it's down here. It's that thing right here. I have a site opened up with all of the town maps, so I don't miss any hidden items. However, I'm sure I will still miss something. Okay, so now I need to get under this bridge. Hey, sir, please, can you move? Thank you. Frost Rod! Hey, there we go. Okay, so there we go. Frost Rods are very good. So, for people who don't know what rod breaking is, a rod that strengthens ice magic. If you use the rod as a consumable item, which it's a one-time use, it will cast Blizzaga before breaking. Any elemental rod is like this. They are very high value. Very, very, very good. There is an entire mode of Four-Job Fiesta. There's so many versions of Four-Job Fiestas. There's an entire mode where you play without jobs that can break rods, like a white mage, because they are so useful. And then there's entire challenges where you play with jobs that can only break rods. So here, all we have is staves. Unfortunately, we can't buy flails until we get to Karnak, which is the next town. Actually, no. It's the town after the water crystal, so we have still a while. Why does carving wood make it good for magic? I assume maybe because some old wizard dude probably carved some magic sizzles onto it. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, I think Jaladir has the better answer. Yeah. Just, yeah. Okay, hang on. Important thing here. We have another piano. Sit back, everyone. Listen to my amazing music. You know what? Better than I was back in school. I'll take it. Hidden room. Yoink. This gives me 1,000 gil. I guess I could alt-tab and check my map thing again. I don't think there's much for me here. Knights do it two-handed. Too bad, I can't play with Knight. I do have a world map. Dragongrass up north. Oh boy, we're gonna be well acquainted with Dragongrass here in a bit. Is there anything in here? I don't think so. Nope. No dragons, no dragon fights, but we're gonna need to get some dragon weed here pretty soon. Smoke a nice blunt with a few dragons. No ships to walls just yet. That's unfortunate. That'd be really helpful right now. Magic. Alright, so we get Silence and Protect here. Protect is pretty valuable. When are we getting Dragon's Blaze? Here very, very soon, my friend. Very soon. We are about to get very high. That is essentially the rest of this game's plot, is getting high with dragons. It's very, very funny. We have cotton ropes here. I want to make sure that there aren't any other items I guess I gotta check this. Oop, did not mean to do that. There's one more item I need to get. You're choking, right? What, getting high with dragons is the rest of this game? The way the game is just get high. So I see this is the first time with Final Fantasy V. If you didn't think the characters were already high to begin with, then we're gonna get Dragoon. Last time, oh, that's right, because it's, yeah, right. Okay, yeah, I remember it. Red Mage would be pretty good as a second job. Yeah, honestly, if I get Red Mage or Time Mage, we're essentially gonna be a Mage build, for sure. Red Mage, Time Mage, hell, even like Mystic Knight, White Mage would be really strong. Mystic Knight would be really, really good. Because then effectively I have good physical damage and access to black magic. Then, let's see here. What would, like, Berserker is not ideal. What else is in... It's... Geomancer's not the water crystal, is it? Hang on. FF5 water crystal. It's Red Mage, Summoner, Mystic Knight, Time Mage, Berserker. That we're not counting Mime. I'm not including Mime. Yeah, honestly, I will take literally any of them except for Berserker. I will take any of them but Berserker. I think all like Red Mage, Summoner, Mystic Knight, Time Mage, all four of those, I'll take them. It's really only Berserker I don't want from that crystal, which, you know, that means I'm gonna get it. Oh wait, hang on, no. We're not done here yet. We're not done here yet. I'm gonna get more drugs. Finish the FF5 GBA with RA. Yeah, you have to run out of the chests, yes. We want some potions, just in case we keep running into problems. We'll buy, like, 3 antidotes. We'll buy 4 eye drops. Or, we don't need too many Maiden's Kisses. Actually, we need... I mean, I'm good at dodging, but we're gonna need more antidotes. Definitely want 1 more Phoenix down. 3 tents is fine. We'll take 3 gold needles and 3 mallets. Yeah, Time Mage is good. Time Mage doesn't have a lot of offensive stats either until you get Comets. Even then, Comet's not great. However, Time Mage does eventually get Meteor, which is very good. Time Mage has Quick. Time Mage has Hastiga. It has a lot of utility, and honestly, I would still take it. Red Mage has Dual Cast, which is freaking amazing. Summoner is one of the hardest hitting jobs in the game and has a lot of utility. Oh, that's right. I'm not dealing with... I have to go heal. Crap. However, I am going to still try and fight this. I am no coward. We fight these out. You know what? 36 damage from Golf is not bad. I'll take it. Honestly, I didn't even need to row there with Bart's. Just Flail hits the same no matter what row I'm in. Yeah, with Time Mage, you get access to rods, so rod breaking becomes accessible. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, Red Mage with Chain Spell and Bravely Default 1 in second would have been amazing. I do not need to have him in the front row, and I need to go back to town and heal. Because I do not want to go into this dungeon with barely an MP. I think okay. For the individuals who know who the next boss is, what do you guys think? You think I can do this without grinding? You think I can do this next fight without grinding? For those who do know what the next fight is, because for those who don't know, I kind of want to keep it a surprise. I want to be a little vague about it. But for those who do know, what are you guys thinking? This boss is tough even on a regular run, that is true. And it will require a little bit of addition and subtraction. I will need to actually mind my damage and do some math. I need to grind. I mean, what am I at? I'm at 147 HP, averaging around 60 MP. Well, I think just a little bit should be fine. The benefit is we have this right here. EXP times 4. I do like 2 fights and there's my grinding done. Again, if you are doing White Mage only for right now, go to the ship graveyard. It'll save you so much time. Just go there and grind. Do not try to go anywhere else. Just turn on 4 times EXP and run over to the ship graveyard. You will save yourself so much time. You will save yourself so much time. All right. I think maybe a few fights, especially if I get the big fights like these, I think this will be fine. I don't think I need much more than maybe 2 or 3 more levels. What are you guys thinking? Maybe like low 200s, high 100s in terms of HP? I think that'd be okay. I feel like the only worry I have is survivability. Because it's a long fight, they have a lot of HP. So I'm more worried about my MP reserves than anything. Because again, like I feel like if I can time the rod break well enough, then we don't need to worry about half of that encounter. Because the Blizzaga will do most of the work for me. I think it's mostly I just need to worry about my MP management while I very, very slowly whittle down that boss's HP. Is there another undead focused area soon after this? There's this place. I know the trench, but that's later in the game. Is this really my only good level up area for right now? If that's the case, I'll definitely need to keep this in mind. I'll be coming back here quite often if that's the case. I know the Great Sea Trench is good, because it has a lot of undead enemies. I know... Let's see here. Does the second opponent have Earthquake, or are you confusing with Titan? I think that's just Titan. The second opponent is like hard-hitting physical attacks. And then the first one has Poison and some decent hard-hitting attacks. I think also Arrow? If I remember correctly. I know they have Poison. I'm mostly worried about because I need to get that first boss to roughly like a little over half HP, right? And then I break the rod over their backs and it kills them. I think that's the whole strat. I think that'll be the play. I mean, we'll see when we get there. Honestly, there might be a part of me that wants to just fight both of them, just for the memes. I might do both. But if I end up fighting both of them, then I would probably need to grind more, honestly. I would need a lot more resources. Unfortunately, I also only have 1 rod, and neither of those enemies are undead. So it would be a lot of Barts, hit them, and hit them good, or else we're cooked. Okay, I think 1 more level should do it. I think 1 more level should be fine. I'll check what my max MP is after this. Also, unfortunately, even though this version of the game does not have the extra jobs, the boosts alone make the Pixel Remaster version of this game, without a doubt, the best way to play it. 100%. This game is... I wouldn't say known for its notorious grinding, but it is definitely a big part of it. And it just is mitigated a lot with these boosts. It's so nice. Yeah, putting Protect the Party will be... I think I'll probably do that no matter what I end up doing. Just because that's just super valuable. Like, all the buttons are mirrored here. Yeah, it is a huge quality of life boost. 100%. It's so good. Okay, I think I need to get one more of those like good skeleton fights, and then I think I'm in the clear for another level up. Yes, good. We like to see it. Hit him. Our healing potency is slowly going up. Ever so slightly. Yeah. There we go. Big level up HP boost. 80, roughly 80 magic. Yeah, that should be good. I think this is okay. Roughly 80 magic on everyone, an average of like 220 HP. I think this will be good. I think that'll be good. Go back to Carwin, we heal up, and then I think we... How much skill we got? 3,000? We could probably spend that on a few more Phoenix Downs. And then we can move on. I'm gonna turn off the boost here. I will have Protect, which will help. So I don't think I need to worry about too much. Yeah, I'll be able to see their current HP. Which will be really, really nice. I won't have to just sit there and do hand math on my own. I think one more Phoenix sounds fine, and then maybe we'll do 14 potions, that we have 20 total. And I'll use those outside of combat whenever I'm not next to a save point. HP feels a little low. Ah, what's life without a little risk? If we run into issues, I'll just play better. I'll just outsmart the boss. It's fine. I'll just live. I want to go get that weed. Okay. I have a feeling I should probably just turn encounters off while I explore this area. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get much out of this. That's what life is without risk. Survive. Exactly. Okay. I am going to check. I'm gonna pull up North Mountain. Because we're gonna need to get ourselves some weed. And I need to remember not to forget the stuff here. I don't think there's actually a lot of loot here. There's 2 chests. Okay, well that'll be easy. They're just right here. Cool. Phoenix down. Well, I'm not too bummed about that. Actually, I'm okay with that. The gold needle. That'll be somewhat handy. Okay. You need to remember to grab the weed. I do need to grab the weed. It's very important. That's kind of the whole reason why we're here. Also, Square Enix were masters at sprites pixel arts in the background during this era. Chrono Trigger has some of the greatest like pixel art backgrounds in gaming, in my opinion, and I think Final Fantasy V and 6 were also very high up there. They're freaking awesome. If this is your first time playing, do not touch these. These are bad weed. We do not smoke these. This is bad weed. Do not touch the bad weed. Very, very important. Don't touch the bad weed. That shit is not good. It is not blazing. Purple weed is bad. That's what I was told in my botany class. Okay. I'm not eating the bad weed. Okay. Let's walk over here. You guys, look, a helmet. I'm sure I can't wear this, so it's not important. Well, I guess if it's Lena's dad's helmet, then I guess, you know, maybe it's important. Oh, and she's dead, guys. Pack it up. All right. We need a tally for how many times Lena gets poisoned. That's 1. Oh, I don't think that's how mountains work, but, oh well. Technically, yeah, it pushes up glasses. Technically, I am up here because of a dragon, yeah. Yeah, her getting poisoned is definitely a repeated theme. I don't know what it is with Lena and poison, but they're best friends in this game. Also, I can I can almost guarantee that there's something in this, like, the game's enemy AI where they always poison Lena first. It seems to be a recurring thing. Also, we're dealing with poachers, scum of the earth. Yeah, that's number 1 for poison. Trust me, she gets poisoned, I think, in the story at least 2 or 3 more times. Like, it's crazy. It's wild. Anyways, Ferris being badass and jumping up. Never mind. I was gonna say Ferris being badass and jumping over the mountain, but oh well. Now I can say Ferris is being badass because she's literally just climbing up a mountain with her bare hands. That's crazy. Also, these clowns just build a rope bridge in the middle of this tense cutscene. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. These guys are always ready. They just had the hammer and stakes and rope ready. They're like, yep, this is just normal for us. Anyways, time to kill the poacher. Lena starts poisoned, which I think is really funny. Okay, so we're gonna examine her, and we're gonna poison Lena, and we're gonna need to protect her. So 650 HP, which is not that bad. No weaknesses. Yeah, she should have shot that arrow when she built the bridge. I don't know, maybe she doesn't have enough arrows in that quiver of hers. Okay, so we're gonna cast some Protect here, just to slow us down. We're going to, correct me if I'm wrong, I need to make sure she's not, I need to get her to as close to half HP as possible, right? Also, yeah, that drain hurts! Jesus! I need to make sure she's at, just above half health, right? $650, half of that is $325. Okay, let's start hitting her. It's fine, it's fine. Golif is fine. He lived that. 72, hang on. Let me get my calculator out. 325 minus 72. 250, okay. We'll just heal. I need to make sure I'm above 200 HP at all times if I can help it. 51. I need to do about 199 more damage. $60. She's at, I need to do about 139 damage, give or take. Then I need to be careful here. Fire. Oh, he missed, okay. You have more HP if you get healed. That is true. That is worse to live by. Okay, drain. Okay, he lived. She gained 160 HP, so she's at 299 now that I need to hit. This is a math fight. The downside, so for people who do not know, she is not the only boss here. She mentioned her husband in the dialogue beforehand, and her husband is going to show up later in the encounter. However, it's based on the amount of HP that she has. There's a neat little trick that if you kill her before she can summon her husband doesn't show up. So, the idea here is to get her to a very certain HP threshold and then, knock her off and she doesn't ever summon her husband. So, but we need to be very precise about the amount of HP that we have and that we deal to her. So that we aren't running into any issues. Okay, she's at 254. That was a critical attack? Come on, really? That's the best you could do? 72. Okay, that was a good hit there. No. Add rate. 182. Unfortunately, I'm doing mental math on my phone right now. And so I'm... come on. I guess I could Libra her as well, see where exactly I'm at to verify my math. What am I at? 471. Okay, yeah, my math is slightly off. Critical attack. Thankfully, the Protect is keeping me alive there. 66. I'm probably gonna Libra her after my next Bart's hit. Libra. 363. Okay, okay. Oh, that's right. Damn it. I don't think I can break the rod here, actually. Hang on, it's fine. I think I messed up. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We'll just win this the normal way. I'm not a coward. I can take a 2v4, it'll be fine. Alright, Bartz, you got the fight of your life in for you. Here we go. Don't care about that regen. Who cares about the regen? We just win this fair and square. Who cares about the stinking regen? We just win this. Ow. We heal. We want to make sure we're... I can win the fight. It's fine. It's fine. We're okay. We've got plenty of potions. Ow. I want to check how much HP I'm healing on Lena. I'm going to heal a little bit more. I'm going to poke her with Ferris, and then obviously Butts is going to get in there. I need you to hit harder, dude. I need you to hit a lot harder than what you're doing. Ow. Come on, Bartz. If you clutch this up, I will stop calling you farts. Okay, okay, that's better. I think I might just AoE heal here. I'm gonna examine Magissa again. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? 100 HP. Okay, okay, we are almost there on her. I'm gonna top everyone off. Come on, farts. Come on. Okay, 27. So, okay, that's 33. 70, 73, so 63 now. Critical attack, that's good, it's a waste of a turn. Okay, it's 50, no, it's 40 something. 63, and then, okay. Come on, do not heal. Do not heal. You bastard, stop, don't miss! No! No, 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 no. No, this is, okay, okay, she wasted her turn. She wasted her turn. No! Kill her! Kill her! Yay! Okay, all right. So Forza here, not that big of a deal. We're gonna examine him. We're gonna examine him. He's a bit tankier, just a teeny bit tankier. But he's honestly not that bad. He's just a bunch of physical damage. Drain is honestly the biggest worry we had, and it's gone. So I can kind of just auto battle this from here on. All right, I don't need to keep. The benefit is I don't need to keep track of his HP. I can just kind of fight it. Bartz, I swear to God. Think happy thoughts. Think happy thoughts. All right, I don't need to worry about his HP. I can just hit him. We do not need to track his. We're good. We just keep this going. Gotta go to my happy place. Gotta go to my happy place. I should have given Goluf the flail, because he would have actually hit a stupid target. Is Bartz as bad at accuracy as Rex from Xenoblade 2? I don't think Bartz is cross-eyed like Rex is. But to say that they aren't similar would be a lie. Honestly, they're very similar in a lot of ways. And honestly, I'm starting to think, yeah, the accuracy might be an extra point in that too. Jesus Christ! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. I feel like Goluf and Ferris have done more damage than Bartz has in the past 3 turns. Hit it! Oh! Fine. 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 Hit him. Thank you. See? It's so much better whenever you actually hit the boss, Bartz. It's so much better. You know, I was really thinking about picking up a Bart's license plate, but I don't think I will anymore.
Hit the boss, you will.
My Yoda impression's really rusty.
Fucked up, you did.
There we go! Yes! Good Barts! Good Barts! Yes! If I was still in practice, I would have done my Smeagol impression there, but I don't practice anymore. Good Barts! Yes! Yes! Good! Excellent! Okay. Just keep Lena on the heal cycle and we're good. We're almost there, I can taste it. We're almost there. I mean, hang on. We can tell how far we are. I have a feeling he's about half HP. Please tell me I'm right. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. We're way further ahead. Okay, farts, come on. Who needs to break rod? We just do this the normal way. I will need to have Lena start throwing hands here, though. She's running out of MP. You know what? I'll take it. Yeah, who needs to break rods whenever I have staves and a spike? I have a ball with a bunch of spikes stuck in them. On a chain. As long as Bart just swings it in some wild direction, he'll hit something. Though, I say that, and he missed like 7 times in a row earlier. I'm so glad that Protect is essentially a permanent effect. It's really, really nice. I don't have to re-up it. You bastard. I have Bart's spiked ball. He's doing it for the weed. He's doing it for the weed. I say that and he just killed him right there. There we go. We get a whip and a power drink. Yay. Ooh. Don't forget to take the rope with you guys. Never mind, okay. Oh, whatever. Bart's has earned his name. He will no longer be called the F word. I will be dropping the F word. Hey guys, a Windrake. It's the logo of Final Fantasy V. They're a lot smaller than you think they are. Okay, add another to the tally. That's 1. And here's another one, so we're at 2. Lena has gotten poisoned, and there's a 3rd one. Okay, there we go. And a 4th. All right, Lena's down to 4 ticks on I'm gonna get poisoned. 3 on purpose, 1 she got shot. So I guess that first one is kind of not on her, but yeah, she ate the bad weed. I don't know. She's a princess. Maybe she just doesn't know the lingo or the what's good and what's bad weed, but she apparently does not learn throughout this game. So I guess there's a charm to that. All right, there we go. We gave the dragon weed and he can fly again. And, you know, a very high dragon has healing powers, which is very nice. Think if I wasn't a white mage, that would have been really unfortunate. Yeah, it's a good thing we didn't eat them. It's bad weed. Also, Bartz does not want to get on the Wind Dragon because, honestly, I would not want to be on a Windrake that tiny with 3 other people. There's like no proper saddle or anything. Okay, never mind. There's no proper saddle. There's nothing like that, and we just gotta hold on. And if I piss that thing off, I'm getting kicked off. But hey, we essentially got our airship, guys. Why did the dragon fly all of 6 inches to the right? He's got to be extra. All right. We got our airship, guys. Essentially, we got the Durgan. So hey guys, look, we got the Durgan, and so we get access to the maps again. we can fly back to the old area, which is really, really nice. I want to make sure that I did not miss anything in Tool. I did! I missed quite a few things in Tool, apparently. What? Ride the Dragon Raw to get it right. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of art out there. Okay, so what did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? I don't think it's later, is it? I don't think it's part of the third act. Don't ask why I know that. The internet's is a very wide and vast place. No. Regret knowing. Well, the search for knowledge is sometimes plagued with something scholarly and wise. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. I don't think there's anything in here, is there? No. And then... okay. There's 5 items I missed here in Tool. What did I miss? I could have sworn I grabbed all... at least I grabbed all the important things. Well, I guess I can check. 5 Tool. Items. Control F, Tool. Oh, it's all in the beginner's hall. I guess I could, yeah, I guess I could go in here. I didn't really care about the beginner's hall because I played the game. Would you assume you're new to adventuring this thing? It's just, they mentioned that English is hard, guys. Yeah, sure, I guess I'm new. I just want the items. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That ether actually would have come in handy earlier. Phoenix down. Okay, that's... I'm still missing a few. Made sacrifices in the search of knowledge. Yes. That's what the kids are calling it nowadays. The size of platypus testicles? Honestly, I'm sure there's some, like... there's some poor, like, biology kid who had to look that up and has that in his search history for the rest of time. But it wasn't anything more than, you know, genuine research. How's monk only going? Honestly, I'm surprised they allow monks to use flails. Here, 1% of a platypus's body mass? That's honestly a lot more than I thought. I know from House MD that apparently gorilla testicles aren't very big. That's forbidden knowledge right there, guys. That's what a silly show House is. I don't even know if any of you guys have ever seen House. It's a very, very silly show. You learn some forbidden knowledge watching that show. You now know that Perry the Platypus has giant balls. To do some of the stunts that he does, honestly, I'm not surprised. Why did conversation go from weed to this? Welcome to Final Fantasy V. Are you new here? This is just classic FF5. Welcome to Final Fantasy V. We all get high here and talk about platypus testicles. It's pretty normal around here. I mean, this is pretty standard stuff. As you know, yeah. Hey guys, look, time magic and summon magic. It's like we're about to get new jobs here soon. Hopefully, I get to buy at least a few of those. Get high on poison flowers has some deep oh, hang on, I missed that. Whoopsies. Yeah, we get to have some very deep and methodical conversations here on the live stream chat. What's up? What's up, dude? You're kind of cool. That's Garula. But Garula's shy, so don't tease it. It's not like Garula will be important very, very soon. Tee-hee. Anyways, new town. We get new stuff. I still cannot buy any of this stuff and have it actually be useful. God damn it. I have to wait till Karnak for that to be the case. Which I don't think I can fly to Karnak yet. You eventually get to break the rules and just obliterate on God. Nope. Nope. I was just genuinely racking my brain. I think the closest you'll get to that is if we roll Samurai, we get the Zenage ability, which is you throw money at your problems, and we will just stack up a bunch of gil and just throw a bunch of money at all the bosses, and it does a crap ton of damage. Probably about as close as you're gonna get. We do get to choke slam a tree. Wait, that is true. Again, if you guys have not seen Final Fantasy V and you're not accustomed to it, this game is pretty whack. There's some wild-ass stuff you do in this game, alright? Like, they were definitely high making this game. It is a journey. Silver Specs. I think that makes me immune to silence? Or is it just... No, it's just gear. I'm thinking of the... I think of something else. We'll give that to Faris. Yeah, we'll give that to Faris. We'll give the leather shoes to Golif. Oh yeah, they were 100% very high making this game. And that's what makes it really good. If my developers aren't zoinked off of their mind making my RPG, I don't even want it. I want them to be completely zooted. I think that makes for the most creativity. Daters 2025. I want my devs high off their rockers. First time play this game, yeah, it's beyond unique. It's something. I'm gonna start very, very soon. I'm gonna start slowing down and kind of like easing everything into the game, because we're basically right at the point where this game starts. It just kind of starts jumping the shark. It's really silly. So we're getting really, really close to that point. Not yet though. Not quite. We're almost there, and then we'll start slowing down. I want to get 2 jobs at the very least, because I think that will give us a little bit more creativity with what we're about to do. So I'm hustling through the first few hours of the game so we can get that. Okay, so now we're gonna hit this castle. Didn't really see anything else of interest. Castle walls. Kingdom Hearts, first time playing as WAG. Oh yeah, 100%. And my first Kingdom Hearts was 358 over 2 days. I had no idea what the hell was going on. I had no idea. My second Kingdom Hearts was Birth by Sleep. I had no idea what was going on. I had no idea. I didn't play KH1 until I got a PS4. I didn't understand what the big whoop about Sora was until I played Dream Drop Distance, which was the 3rd Kingdom Hearts I played. I played 358, then Birth by Sleep, and then Dream Drop Distance. I was completely lost until they re-released 1.5 and 2.5 on PS4. First KH was KH1's Alpha. Old. Point and laugh. Got an old head here. It's a button I don't want to push yet. Hey man, what's going on? Drat it all! These texts aren't sufficient for my research on the crystal? Well, tough shit, dude, I guess. Oh, hang on. I missed something. Finished with every enemy in the Wayward Woods. Unfortunately, forgot Wiswall Tower exists. Thankfully, that's something I don't forget, because that's my favorite grinding spot in the game. But, yeah, have fun. If only the cage chronology wasn't messed, yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Shiva was sealed away by crystal's pure water. Don't take my word for it. Look for yourself. It's written right here in this book. Yeah, because books always tell the truth. I got a book whenever I was in elementary school about a bunch of dragons, and that made me think dragons were actually real. Because it was like dragons in real life, and it was like poorly photoshopped pictures of them in real-world locations, and I thought it was terrifying. There were real dragons out and about. I also remember the first time I went to the zoo, I thought a Komodo dragon was actually a dragon until I saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna get to see a real dragon. How do they even keep them locked? Don't they breathe fire? Oh, that's just a lizard. It's a big lizard. Like, damn, but just a lizard. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Xehanort stuff gets kind of wacky. Dragon is in fact a big lizard. That did not click with me whenever I was younger. I did not see them as big lizards. I saw them as very terrifying. Yeah, getting bit by Komodo Dragon is kind of bad. So the king here, the King Waltz, he's in charge of looking after the water crystal, and if you couldn't tell, he definitely has interesting uses for it, like flooding his castle, or aura farming, I guess. I think that's what people are calling it now. And obviously, we don't want him to do that, because it might break the crystal. And breaking the crystal is bad, but it's also good, because then that means we get more jobs. So I'm kind of torn here. Maybe I let him break the crystal so I get another job, but also the world might not end if we, make sure the crystal doesn't break. I'm kind of leaning towards letting the crystal break so I'm not stuck in these white robes for an eternity. I mean, yeah, I get holy eventually, but it would be kind of boring. Anyways, red filter. Yeah, skill issue. Holy moly! Batman, what's going on? So, someone... Oh. Hey guys, look, it's Lavos again. There's 2 Lavos in this game. That's a terrifying thought, actually. Never mind. That's horrifying to me. 1 is plenty. We do not need another. It's an emergency! Lavos is spotted near the Tower of Waltz! Anyone who has not played Chrono Trigger is completely lost. It's Final Fantasy VII's main threat. This is a minor concern here. Yeah, it's a regular spell in this game. Honestly, I think that's one of my favorite things about Final Fantasy's, like, anthology aspect is, like, there are certain features in one game that are completely different in terms of scale in another. Like, Meteor and Holy are, like, the big deal in Final Fantasy VII. They're just a regular spell here. Like, Raise in Final Fantasy XVI is, like, the most powerful spell in the game. It just costs 20 MP here. You know, you got Meteor in Final Fantasy VII. Vivi in Final Fantasy IX has a stronger version of it that he just kind of just spawns out of nowhere with Doomsday. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. You know, Final Fantasy VII has Knights of the Round, which sticks you into a 3-minute cutscene. Nothing like that here. You just gotta sit there and take it. Anyways, let's go check out Lavos. Kefka's always Kefka, though. Yeah, Kefka's always Kefka. Waltz meteorites. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we can do much here. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Steiner's Doomsday Blade is wild. And nobody mess with Kefka. Funnily enough, I will get flack for this. I will get flack for this. But I like, X-Death is, like, on the same level of Kefka for me in terms of villain tier list. Like, I really love X-Death, and I really like Kefka too. And I'm hoping that whenever we get into this game, in the later portions, I hope I can turn some opinions around on X-Death if people here don't really like him all that much. To say that his depth is no more than maybe, like, a grain of sand is true. He's not a very in-depth character, but boy is he's got some flair, I'll be honest. And he's got one of the funniest lines in the entire franchise. And I love him to death. I love him to death. He's so silly and stupid, and I love it. He's definitely a different type of evil bastard, for sure. He is not irredeemable evil. Well, he is an irredeemable evil bastard. He's not the Joker. What's another Batman villain that he can be attributed to? I don't know. I'll have to think on that. I really like Kuja too. I think Kuja has one of the more interesting dynamics, especially when it comes to like narratively speaking with Vivi and Zidane. He has a lot of very interesting dialogue, and when I like Kuja a lot. Oh, hey, Garula, the little like pet thing we saw in the town. I said that he was going to be important. Well, we're about to see why. Let's save again. Oh, I need to heal. I didn't even check that. I guess I'll tent here. Honestly, I like a lot more Final Fantasy villains than I don't. There are not a lot of Final Fantasy villains that I dislike. The ones that I don't like a lot. But there are way more that I like than I don't like. You would say stab time, but not allowed to stab. No, Garula's gonna be a click protect and try to just out-heal him. That's what Garula's gonna be. Yeah, it's gonna be bonk time. I'm just gonna have to be very, very careful with how I do this. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, I just cast protect and I just kind of hope for the best. I think that's essentially what I'm gonna have to do. Silver armlets. I think this is what I was thinking of earlier. Oop, did not mean to do that. No. However, I should give it to someone who has not a lot of... Actually, everyone has the same defense. We'll get to Lena. Thoughts on Ultimecia? I really like Ultimecia. I would say... I would say, despite me really, really liking her, she's probably on the bottom half of my villain appreciation list. However, like, I really like her. I like the concept of the sorceresses in FF8 in general. Like, Dia, Ultimecia, Adele. Like, I like the idea of the sorceresses a lot. And Ultimecia freaked me out when I was a kid. I thought she was freaking terrifying. She made me she was very unsettling whenever I was a kid. I mean, all the sorceresses freaked me out when I was a kid. Same thing with Genova. Whenever I was a kid, I got scared watching the... This is like some deep cut lore. I did not like playing Final Fantasy VII past Midgar because I did not like the segment in the flashbacks whenever you're playing with Sephiroth and Cloud. I did not like the cutscene where Sephiroth is interacting with the robot Genova and pulling it off to reveal the real Genova. That scene freaked me out as a kid, and I would not play further past that. I would just turn off the game. And then I'd forget about it, and then I'd play the game again, get past Midgar, play up to the flashback scene, and then get freaked out by that cutscene again. So it took me a long time before I actually played through all of Final Fantasy VII, because I was just terrified of that cutscene as a kid. Yeah, the entire the Nibelheim arc. Yeah, that flashback segment. That freaked me out as a kid. Anyways, hopefully I don't need to grind for this. I was kind of hoping that I don't need to do that. Whenever I was a kid, I kind of bounced back and forth between a bunch of Final Fantasies until I just beat one randomly. And it took a while before that happened. And then I started beating them all, like, very, very quick in succession. I just had to learn how to read, because I was a late bloomer when it came to reading. I was very stubborn about that. As soon as I started reading, then I started beating more Final Fantasies. Because normally I would just go like, oh, hey, big number, I must be doing something right. But that doesn't really help you all that much. Anyways, so Garula here has the unfortunate gimmick of having physical hit counters. So we're going to be taking a lot of physical damage. He's not very high level, but he has a lot of HP. So we're going to be here for a while. You're like 10, but though, yeah. So I played and beat 10-2 first, before I even played Final Fantasy X. So that was an interesting thing. I knew how 10's plot was handled, but I beat 10-2 first, because it had the job system. I was on a job system craze whenever I was a kid. I played 1, 3, 5, 10-2, and Tactics, like all really, really close to each other, because I love the job system. So I played all those games really, really close together. And I wanted to play 10-2 because 10-1 didn't have jobs. Oh, I love Jecht. And I definitely appreciate Titus more than a lot of others do. And I will never, ever submit to his name being Titus. Titus sounds way better because it has tide in the name, which is a water thing. I will never, ever submit to his name being Titus. Ever. It will always be Titus. And yeah, tides, yeah, like, come on, guys. I guess, like, Titus, you could say, like, a tee-off, because it's a sport term, but no. No. I'm not even gonna entertain that idea. It is Titus. There's no other pronunciation. Same thing with Zidane. I always say Zidane. I don't say Zidane. I say Zidane. I know someone who says Zidane, and honestly, I'd rather take that than Zidane. Everyone thinks you're weird, your favorite game's 13. I know someone whose their favorite game is 13, man. You're not alone in the world. There are plenty of 13 enjoyers. Trust me, it's not my favorite, but damn, is it far from a bad game. It's far from a bad game. Now, honestly, I think the funniest complaint that I see with Final Fantasy 13 is not even a good one, where it's Hallway Simulator. I'm like, guys, have you seen Final Fantasy X? That game is just as much of a hallway simulator. And both games work with what they got. They make pretty locations for you to stare at as you walk in a straight line. And honestly, that's fine with me. I'll take it. As long as it's pretty to look at. Your favorite is 2. That's definitely a take. I don't think I don't dislike 2. However, to say that I didn't abuse the game's systems every time I played through that game would be a lie. I don't think I've ever done like a legitimate run of Final Fantasy 2, like trying to play through it naturally. I always just like max out my evasion in the first few hours, and then just go through the game like that. And just a dodge tank everything. So I don't think I've had like a very like genuine experience with that game. So I don't really like to voice my opinions on it. Oh, War of the Lions is phenomenal. I'm so glad they're doing a remaster of that. I'm 100% going to be playing that on stream. Oh, hey, there's Sap. I'm 100% playing that on stream. It's one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Haven't played in a while. Super excited to play that again. Yeah, Final Fantasy X is definitely a hallway simulator, but it's not a bad one. Same thing with 13. It's not a bad game. I think people can criticize 13 for other reasons, and those are better reasons. I think 13 has a pretty slow start. I think the second half of 13 is way better than the first half. Whenever everything gets open to you, it becomes an incredible game. The combat system of 13 is really fun. I'm not very keen on the cast of characters, but they're not the worst cast. They're not the best, but not the worst. There's plenty of things to like about 13. Plenty of things. 2 hours and 30 minutes and 4 Heroes of Light. That game is rough to get into. Because it's a job system game that incentivizes you to avoid combat. Because enemies level up with you, and if you're trying to grind in earlier portions of the game, whenever you get to the later sections of the game, if you aren't properly prepared, hell, even if you are, the enemies will just run circles around you, because you don't have the resources to fight against higher level mobs with your low level gear. So that game requires a delicate balance to be struck when playing through it, and unfortunately, the game doesn't tell you that whenever you're playing through it originally. That has to be something you read up on or you find out later. So it's just an unfortunate thing. Okay, 13 has some of the greatest like zones in Final Fantasy. 100%. 100%. Like Grand Pulse is stunning. The Sunlit Waterscape, freaking beautiful. I love it. Art's missing again. Yeah, I'm trying not to pay attention to it. Because I'm gonna go get my stress ball here in a second. Dude's driving me nuts. This guy is not a hard fight because we've got Protect, but Jesus, come on, farts. Hang on, I know I said I would not use the F word, but you're really trying my patience here, buddy. Really trying my patience here. Really trying my patience. Come on. Work with me here. I'm just gonna auto battle this for a bit. I don't think I'll run into any issues, and this will speed things up for a bit. Like Brescia's really good too. Yep. I mean, honestly, all of Cocoon is really pretty. The Cradle, all that nonsense. He doesn't need to be in the front row because of his weapon. His damage will be the same regardless. That is the benefit of the flail. And if I was able to use my whip too, I'd be able to make use of that as well, but... Yeah, it's something the game doesn't tell you, but... Yeah, I can just sit here in the back and it'll be fine. The staves that everyone else has, unfortunately, is counted in that damage penalty, but... I think we've probably got him to around maybe half HP. If I was a betting man, I'd say half HP. Find out. Oh no, he's almost dead actually. Well, thankfully, this is the next boss before we get another job. So we are almost to job number 2, which is very exciting. I think once we get job number 2, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to refill my drink, and then we'll keep going. Yeah, I'm really excited for this. This is a game I like a lot. I am an ex-death enjoyer. He's one of my... I don't think he's in like my Final Fantasy Villain Hall of Fame, but I like him quite a bit. I have some pretty controversial opinions on Final Fantasy villains, though, I have been told, so... We'll see. We will see. I have been told I have very hot takes on Final Fantasy villains. However, I do share the same sympathy. I do share the same agreement that Kefka is very good. Any minute now, the boss will be dead. I just need Bartz to actually land his... This is a giant, like, boar. How are you missing this much, my guy? Uncross your eyeballs and hit the damn thank you. Stop taking the dragon weed and actually lock in. Sephiroth isn't as great as he said. I don't. So I like Sephiroth in everything that isn't Final Fantasy VII. I really like Sephiroth in Crisis Core. I like Sephiroth in Advent Children, which is honestly not saying all that much. I like Sephiroth in Remake. I just don't like Sephiroth in the OG FF7. I think he's pretty boring. But I really like him in Crisis Core whenever he's this, snarky, kind of, this snarky hero who has a sense of humor. I think he's really fun. Oh, he's a great villain. I definitely prefer Genova as a villain, though, yeah. He's a great character, though. Yeah, alright. Here we go. He's Zack, Angeals, and Genesis' bestie. He's best boy. I love Crisis Core, man. That game is so good. That was my favorite Final Fantasy VII game until the remake. I really liked Crisis Core, which I did not think I would. I did not think I'd like Crisis Core. I really, really like Crisis Core. Final Fantasy VII media in general is pretty... Oh, hey, this knight knows Goluf. That's crazy. Final Fantasy VII in general is kind of hit or miss for me in terms of all of its media. But, that's fine. There's so much of it to begin with, so it kind of is par for the course. So, this knight who knows Goluf, which is surprising because he's kind of an amnesiac, wants us to protect the fire crystal, which we were already gonna do, but it's nice to have some reassurance. don't really care for the remake. It's definitely it's like I just said, I think it's definitely hit or miss. If you were hoping for like a genuine remake of 7, then yeah, I get not liking it. As someone who wasn't the biggest fan of the original 7, I'm actually very happy with the remake. It fixes a lot of issues that I had with the original FF7. Okay, there's Berserker. Yeah, it's rewriting it. Yeah, it's rewriting it. There's Red Mage. Yeah, there are some decisions that I don't like either, for sure. Summoner. Mystic Knight. Honestly, that's the one I kind of want. And Time Mage. Okay, so I'm gonna briefly go over... Actually, hang on, we gotta do this segment first. What's going on? I don't know, the screen's shaking. Oh, the tower's sinking. Oh well. You know, that's probably what happens whenever you flood an entire tower full of water. I think that would probably work. Conspicuous door opens. Hopefully you guys weren't wanting me to get those treasure chests in there. Oops. Yeah, pray for Mystic Knight. That'd be really nice. Oh hey. I know, I'm delaying the inevitable. Oh hey, Soldier, what's going on? Speaking of Summoner. Oh, they just got eaten. Well, hopefully Soldier's like a golden retriever and can not eat us with their mouth thingy. You know, the thing that, you know, they eat food with? That thing, yeah. Hopefully they don't eat us. That'd kind of suck. Yeah, speaking of Summoner. Red Mage would be nice, too. Summoner would be really nice. Time Mage would be really nice. Mystic Knight would be really nice. Just please, not Berserker. Please. Good job, Sildra. So you're gonna be a recurring party member, right? Ooh. I don't like that music. Well, she had a good run. I mean, she saved us from Red Lobster. You know, I respect it. And she saved us from having to swim back to shore. And you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. She's off to a better place. To be a mount in Final Fantasy XIV. She's off to a better place. Rest in peace. F in the chat for Sildra. F's in the chat. Anyways, gambling. Okay, so very quick, I'm going to go over the new jobs we got. We got Berserker. Berserker is essentially auto battle, the job. You cannot control the Berserker. They have high HP, high damage, but they only attack. They only attack. The entire gimmick of Berserker is just to outfit them with the hardest hitting gear you've got and let them go berserk, as the name implies. The downside of them in this challenge is there are a lot of bosses that physical damage either doesn't work on or you get punished for using it, and so there are certain encounters where I'll just need to kill the Berserker and I would be 3-manning an encounter. And also, it's just not fun to have one guy auto battle, but it is thematically pretty funny. Mystic Knight, if you are a Bravely Default Andy in the chat, this is Spell Fencer, essentially. You take black magic and you imbue it onto your weapon. Thankfully in Final Fantasy V, ailments are actually pretty good. There are a lot of bosses that use magic that you can just silence and just keep them out of the fight like that. Deathblade works pretty well. Breakblade is really good. You can petrify and instant kill enemies. There's some really cool things you can do with Mystic Knight. This is my #1 pick for this crystal. I really, really want Mystic Knight. It also hits like a truck. Then there's Time Mage. Works very similar, like in Bravely Default. Focuses a lot on, turn manipulation, speeding up, slowing down. Has non-elemental magic. All sorts of things. Very, very good. I would also be okay with this. Very utility caster. Summoner is lots of party-wide damage. but also some pretty decent utility and healing. Easily one of the hardest hitting jobs in the late game, honestly even the mid game too. And has some really valuable summons that are for, like, defensive focused. It's really good. This would probably my second pick. This would be my second pick for this crystal. Then there's Red Mage. Red Mage, really nice. Has both black magic and white magic. And has the ability to wear a lot of gear. And it will eventually learn Dual Cast, which will let you cast 2 magic in the same action. Really good. I would say this is my third pick. I think the order for me goes Mystic Knight, Summoner, Red Mage, Time Mage, Berserker. I think that's the order for me. Mystic Knight would be best case scenario, Berserker's worst case. Okay. Let me pull it up. After this, I'm gonna go take a break. Make sure you guys can see this. Okay. Oh god, here we go. Oh god, here we go. Time Mage. We have Time Mage. Okay. Alright. That's not bad. I'll take it. Alright. We have Time Mage in our team now. I'll take it. That's not bad. We have access to rods now, which is very good. Living Flame will not know what hits him. But we'll tackle that in a second. Either the ones you wanted. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know what? We avoided Berserker, though! We avoided Berserker! That's a victory in my book. That's a victory. Time Mage is really good. I'll take it. Yeah, Living Flame is gonna live 1 turn. Yeah. Okay. I am gonna go take my break real fast. I will leave you guys with this silly music. I'm gonna go get a drink, probably grab a quick snack, and then I'll be back. Give me 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. I am back. Got myself a snack that I can munch on as I play. And then we'll get back to it. That's the wrong thing. There we go. Make sure my audio, I gotta turn my audio back on. There we go. All right. What's up, Sonic Dragon? Playing Octopath while this is going on? Riveting. Good game. Like that one. Okay, so we need to have some time mages. I think I'm gonna level them up 2 at a time. While a few other people finish up White Mage. Because Bartz is our flail user right now, I'm gonna keep him on White Mage, I think. I'll have the... I think I'll just separate them by gender. I'll have the girls work on Time Mage while the boys stay on White Mage for right now. Now, the way the sub-jobs will work here is I'm allowed to use sub-jobs of the jobs I've rolled. So I'm only allowed to use, obviously, White Magic sub-job. Same thing with Time Magic. Who else is excited for Octopath Zero? I am. I've played the gacha game. Not all the way through, but I have played the gacha game, and it's pretty good. I'm glad that they're turning it into a fully standalone single-player experience without paywall. Well, not paywalls, but without pay to win. So that'll be nice. You should pay for it once and you're done. Removes my fears of end-of-service stuff. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go back to town. Back to town, and I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna sleep. That'll be very important. Okay. So, with Time Mage, we get daggers, rods, staves, and flails. Not me, I'm fluent in English. I love to have that game in my language. Yeah, I mean, let's see here. Obviously, it's going to be in English and Japanese. Well, maybe not obviously, but English, Japanese. What else was Octopath in? I'm assuming maybe French and German? I might be wrong about that. I think it's in French and German as well. If not, I think at least the text is. I don't know. That is not a field that I'm knowledgeable in. Slow, regen, mute, and haste. Gimme. Oh, did not mean to do that. Okay, so Time Mage is utility caster for now. So we'll be able to speed ourselves up and cast Protect. We'll be able to slow down bosses. Last time you checked it was English only? Really? Wow. That's news to me. It's crazy. Yeah, that would be shocking to me too if it was only in English. I wonder why they would do that. I guess money, but still, that sucks. Alright, so thanks to the earthquake sinking that tower, the meteorite to the east has opened up, which is really nice. We'll take it. You know, normally they say not to push the big red button whenever you see it. Doesn't seem like that's worked very well with Bartz. So, and everyone else is gonna follow him right in. Alright. Not even a single brain cell, y'all. Yep, find Lavos already. We touched the bucket. Damn, only English and Japanese. That sucks. That blows. Where does this take us? Across the world map. Very, very convenient. Hopefully we aren't needing to... Oh, well, hey, we can go back. Never mind. We're good. You know, maybe that's what Alavos was all along. It was just a teleport pad. Honestly, that's kind of true. It's a space-traveling parasite alien bug thing. It's not far off the truth. I need to go north. That's where I need to go. So north leads me to... is it a Chocobo Forest here? No. Not Chocobo Forest. Ah, well. At least you got stuff to play, my friend. Where's oh yeah, no, Karnak is down here. Okay, cool. This is big for us. This is big. Because we get access to flails, yay, and frost rods, yay. So, the important thing here, we're gonna want some flails, just to help with this. You there! Don't move! Hey man, I was just trying to... Oh. You're leaving with the monsters! We gotta sell you all crap! I don't know why I gave this guy, like, such a terrible, terrible voice. My bad, dude. Honestly, yeah, you should send me to jail. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeesh. This is why I did not make it far in voice acting. I was thrown into jail for it. That's crazy. I was joking. Great, and we're not exactly cellmates, but we're neighbors with a schizo talking to a wall, too. Riveting. Oh. I guess he heard me. Whoops. Oh, horse feathers. So, we got another old man, guys. It seems to be a common trend so far. I think we should leave him be. Seems a little... Hey guys, it's Sid! It's Final Fantasy V Sid. He's a character. He's an engineer, as you would expect. But he is Sidolphus. He is not as badass as Sidolphus Orlando. But I mean, who really could be? I mean, let's be honest. Sidolphus that's him. Like, Sidolphus is that guy. My snack's getting cold. So, Sid here built machines to enhance the crystals, and, it's definitely not helping with the whole crystal shattering and whatnot. I mean, Waltz was using it Waltz was using the water crystal to aura farm. Karnak is using it to power their machines. I wonder what Tycoon was using it for. Why don't this guy explode the cell bar? You will see. This Sid is not exactly the brightest crayon on the box. Again, the main cast of this game, they all share a collective brain cell. None of them are the brightest crayons in the box. Also, yeah, it was probably a wall bomb. But all of these characters being really silly and quirky is what makes this game really funny, in my opinion. I mean, we were talking about how this game, essentially, from this point onward, is just us all huffing dragon weed and getting high and having fun. That's kind of how this game feels, for sure. Yeah, Sid's grandson does a lot of the work. The crystal's cracked. Get it off the weed, dude. Yeah, and Karnak did nothing to stop the shattering. They essentially just put the fire crystal in a giant engine-fired airship and said, full power. Not even an airship. It's just a regular ship, actually. So, yeah, good job, guys. You really biffed that one. At least Waltz was using it to look cool. But, you know, priorities, am I right? Yeah, no, not an airship. They're not that cool. Airships don't exist in this game. We just fly around on windrakes, getting high off of weed. Unfortunately, they're not high enough to go over mountains, but who's keeping track, right? I'm not giving them points for that. I'm not gonna dock them. So we're going inside of a fire-powered ship. This is definitely not a good idea. I've seen the Hindenburg. Whenever you put fire on a ship, it kind of goes whoosh. Like, there's just a stray fire all over the place. I feel like someone should probably get this all checked out. But honestly, I'm only peeved because it's stopping me from getting the loot. Maybe that'll be important later, he says. Normally, foreshadowing is relatively obvious. Anyways, now that we're let out of prison, I'm gonna go do what I was actually wanting to do, which was, purchase more rods. That was what I wanted to do originally. So, yeah, I'm gonna go do that. In the meantime, there is some loot that you want to get here. If you are playing for your first time, getting stuff in Karnak is pretty important, because look at that, there's 15 chests. There's a lot of good stuff here. Is it just me, or does it feel like every volcano town is either the biggest assholes out there or some of the kindest people? Yeah. I think in video games, especially JRPGs, you have the Snow City and you have the Fire City, and whichever one the Snow City is, the Fire City is the other. So if the Snow City is the assholes, the Fire Cities are the good guys. Fire Cities are the assholes, the Ice City is the good guy. Usually seems to be the process. Yeah, it's easy for Climate Extreme to go the other way, yeah. Like, guys, it's really freaking hot, no wonder I'm grumpy all the time. Guys, it's really freaking cold, no wonder I'm grumpy all the time. See, it works both ways. A werewolf! Quick, get some silver. Actually, I do have the silver armlets, so... Damn. Good job, guys. You either know how hard it is, and therefore every man for themselves, or you know how hard it is, everybody willing to help. Yeah, that's true. And in the games where the Fire City exists, but the Snow City doesn't, or vice versa, it's kind of like a toss-up. Like Octopath, the Snow's like one of the Snow Cities is the super kind one, and then there's another Snow City where that is absolutely not the case. And then, let's see here. What's an example of a good Fire City? Death Mountain in Breath of the Wild, Goron Village. You know, they're pretty chill. They're not exactly the brightest crayons in the box, but they're chill. Okay, I have 600. Okay, well, at least I got the one for cheap. Gold Gorons. Back, what are we discussing? We're discussing that Fire Nations in RPGs are usually either the kindest people out there or the biggest assholes. And I'm gonna money farm. Yeah, man, it's just fiction. We talk about all the serious stuff here on my channel. We're gonna want that Gill farm. I'm gonna have to walk all the way back to the ship graveyard, aren't I? I mean, I've got... I don't have any attack magic. Yeah, I'm gonna have to walk all the way back. How exciting! I have to put down. At least it gives me time to eat my snack. And talk with you guys. But hey guys, if you thought the distance between the wind and water crystal was short, we are actually really close to getting the fire crystal jobs too. which is pretty nice. So we're almost there to another set of jobs and more gambling, which is definitely the more important factor of that. Let's see here. What do I get from Fire Crystal? It's I think it's speed. So FF5 Fire Crystal. I believe it's Fire Crystal is Beastmaster, Geomancer, Ninja, Ranger, and Bard. I would have vouched for Beastmaster if I ended up getting Blue Mage, because those work really, really well together. Geomancer... Ninja and Ranger, I think, would actually probably be the best picks here, because then I would have an attacker. You spoony bard! I love Tella. I would like an attack job. Out of the two, I think I'd probably go for I'd rather have Ninja than Ranger, but either works for me. Ninja does have a lot of speed, for sure. Fight magic, pure. Fight magic, pure. Good job, team. I need fat stacks of cash, so we're gonna be here for a hot second. Playing with one hand, too. I'm cutting into my hot pocket with my fork right now. I'm a little slow. Yes, I'm eating a Hot Pocket with a fork right now. I'm playing with a controller. I don't want to grease up my controller. It's gone anyways. I'm eating a Hot Pocket with a fork because I want to grease my controller. I have a napkin next to me too, but I have standards. It's the same thing as eating hot Cheetos with chopsticks, okay? You don't want to get the stuff on your fingers that makes your experience worse. Eating a pizza? Let's go. Yeah, come on. Honestly, I've adopted eating hot Cheetos with chopsticks, even whenever I don't. Whenever I'm not in the middle of like working or playing a game or something. That's just kind of how I do it now. Because as much as I absolutely love spicy food, I cannot handle it whatsoever. I am white as hell. I cannot handle spicy food as much as I love it. And I can only handle hot Cheetos in short bursts. So the eating it with chopsticks kind of helps me moderate how much I'm eating. Nice, 12-inch spicy meat feast with stuffed crust. That actually sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty damn good. All right. I think I don't know how much money I have. I need to check that. I need enough to get some defense boosts, and then, haha, you're celiac. Haha, I can make that joke. I can make that joke because she's family. I can point and laugh until they turn around and curse me with it. I think it's a genetic thing. Actually, no, I don't think so. I don't know. Oh well. How much money do I have? 5K? I need more. I'm a greedy gobbler. You know, I think this is probably the longest I've ever spent in a ship graveyard in this playthrough. Oh, in this game in general. What's my favorite pizza? I'm a basic bitch. I love pepperoni. I will default to, like, pepperoni and something else. But the like, pepperoni, like, cheese is fine. But I'm a pepperoni boy. I've tried pineapple pizza. It's not my favorite. I don't get the hate for it, but I also don't get the love for it. I really don't. People who love pineapple pizza weird me out. People who hate it, I think you guys are overreacting a little bit. I think black olives on pizza is disgusting. Like, that's the camp I fall in. Is, instead of, like, pineapple on pizza being a controversial thing, I think black olives is a much more, like, taboo choice to have on your pizza than pineapple is. I love jalapenos on pizza. I don't normally go with it, but normally it's either pepperoni pizza or pepperoni pizza with jalapenos. That's usually what it is. Hawaiian pizza is the best when you just eat for cold for breakfast. Yeah. Honestly, my cold pizza is pretty nice. I think there's only been one time where I think that caused potential food poisoning whenever I was a kid, but also I think the pizza was a few days old at that point, and I was just stupid, which I have plenty of stupid kid stories, but man, what else is new? Me telling stories about me playing these Final Fantasy games as a kid, you definitely tell I was not the brightest. As a French person, 4-cheese pizza is a staple. I think the only type of pizza I have genuinely not liked, I was in Chicago for a day, and one of the things that we did in Chicago was we had to go and try the deep dish pizza in Chicago, because that was like their thing. And holy crap, that stuff sucks. I do not care if we have someone from Chicago here who likes deep dish pizza. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm open to a lot of discussions about a lot of things. Deep dish pizza is not one of them. Deep dish pizza is not it, Chief. I think New York wins in that in that argument. And that's all I see is New York versus Chicago pizza, and I'm definitely with New York on this one. Yeesh. That is not pizza. That is a cake. That is a cake, Chicago. Italian pizza's great. Yeah, I mean, people should try. It's one of those things where, like, I'm glad I tried it. I'm glad I tried deep dish because, like, not only that, but I tried it at, you know, the iconic place where deep dish pizza is, like, super popular. And I was excited to try it. I mean, it was nice I got the experience. To say I wanted to do it again would, you know, I think would be overselling it. But I'm glad I did it. Yeah, I like cake. I like my cake having sausage and cheese and mozzarellas and all that extra stuff on it. No, I don't think I'm in that camp. Yeah, you don't know unless you've tried. Which my younger self would have really liked that. I would have really appreciated knowing that whenever I was younger. I did not like trying new things. I still don't like trying new things, honestly. Even though it's definitely important. Okay, I definitely have enough money at this point. I definitely have enough money. I have what? Yeah, 12K? Yeah, that'll be plenty to get me the rods I want and to get me some gear. Going deep dish all the time. Yeah. I'm personally not the biggest fan of it, but it's popular for a reason. Like, plenty of people love deep dish. there's so many like big restaurants, like big names in Chicago that all, promote their deep dish. So obviously it's a big deal. But there's what, 9 billion people on the planet. I'm just one of the few that just don't like it. How bothersome are the upcoming bosses going to be without a physical attacker? This next boss is going to be a complete pushover. Because I landed on, like, as long as I landed on Mystic Knight, Red Mage, or Time Mage, this boss that I'm about to fight is going to be a complete joke. As long as I do it right. But it's going to be a complete joke. Berserker actually would have made this next fight kind of a problem. Yeah, it'll be barely an inconvenience, as a wise man once said. It'll be super simple. So I'm not afraid of this next fight. Honestly, I don't even really need to grind. I mean, I definitely need to level grind at some point, just because my HP is really freaking low. But not right now. Not right now. I mean, I'm gonna get hurt a lot, but eh. All right, so I want to get some flails. But the big thing here is the frost rods. I want frost rods. I think to be comfortable, I want 3 of these total. I think to be comfortable, 3 of these would be good. But I mean, I can get plenty of these. Nice, thank you, Zager. I've put off those for a long time. I need to get those out, and I'm gonna get the Brave Bearer out probably this evening, actually. I need to, I prematurely moved all of my files for it over to an external hard drive that I have in my closet, completely forgetting that I did not re-upload it. So I'll need to get that out and put it onto my PC again, but that shouldn't take too long. I'll probably do that after the stream is done. I'll sit down, put the files back in, upload it, and then that'll be Brave Bearer out this evening, probably. Yeah, that's fair. I talked with a few of my online friends about the Hellblade outfit, because a few of the outfits I didn't know how to formulate my thoughts properly, and so I would consult other people about their opinions, and it was pretty split amongst us as well. I decided to just not take their feedback into account and just went my own way, because we couldn't decide on an opinion. So I was like, I'll just put my own opinion in there, because there are a few of those, a few jobs that are influenced by my friends, because I can't formulate like a clear thought on them. I'm gonna buy these. I don't know if they're gonna show up in the next dungeon, but I'm gonna get them in case, and if they do show up, they'll be selling fodder later. Yeah, so I have flails. I have an extra flail. That'll be helpful. I have 2 attackers, essentially. Yeah, Phantom is insanely overpowered. Love it, though. Yeah, BD2 kind of struggles. But if it had the same damage output that it has in BD2, but it was in Bravely Default 1, oh, it'd be wild. It'd be wild. It would do so much damage to those bosses. Because it does, 7 to 9k per hit, and it's recurring damage. It's pretty good. Ever heard of a monster called Crew Dust? Once it's alone, it'll use Flash on you. Look out! That's some Blue Mage tips right there. Too bad I don't have Blue Mage. Library of the Ancients. We can't go there just yet, so we're gonna hold off on that. Yeah, BD1 Hellblade were really good. Hey guys, it's another pub. You know what that means. Time to get my Maestro on. Trust me, I've improved in that last 30 minutes. Hey, good thing I don't have perfect pitch. That sounded great to me. You can't endure several turns to build up blades in adversary. Yeah, that game definitely promotes the kill it fast, please, archetype. And Hellblade does not fit that unless you're doing the Ultima Sword silliness. That's why I like the Dreadblade and Terrorize setup a lot more, because it's consistent damage and it's pretty easy to set up one turn. Especially if you're not going for like crazy late game, like high damage. And you can just have the Phantom as a sub job for results guaranteed and fine. Or you can just have Hellblade as a sub job and have Phantom as your main job and use Dreadblade and Terrorize that way. That's what I did. I feel like I did that on my playthrough. I know I used Milk Poison a few times in my playthrough. I don't know if I use Dreadblade and Terrorize all that often, though. Yeah, Death's Door is basically Minus Strike Plus. That is true. I remember contemplating putting Berserker on my recommendations. I think it was between that and Monk on what got in. I don't remember my exact reasonings for why I went with Monk over Berserker. But I remember Berserker being considered for the sub-job recommendations. I'm not the biggest fan of Berserker in Bravely Default 2 either. I like it more than I like it in this game. But to say I'm not the biggest Berserker fan, I guess you could say that. Okay, level 11, going into the silly ship with the fire crystal in it. This is gonna be interesting. Now, the big benefit is, I can just skip out on some encounters here. And maybe the boss here I can beat in a turn. We'll see. Yeah, Phantom's never a bad choice for a sub-job. There's very few jobs that can't make good use of it. So our plan is to go and turn off the engine to the ship so the fire crystal doesn't break. I mean, it's already cracked, but, you know, progress is progress. Yeah, Monk is good. Monk is good. You use Monk often. You can stagger, also heal extra. Yep. Phoenix Flight lets you set your HP to 1. It's also pretty decent for Minus Strike. No, there's some plenty stuff. Death's Door is definitely a better Minus Strike button, for sure. 100%. Okay. So this dungeon is probably the first kind of like complicated one, because this one has a lot of moving parts in more ways than one. So we'll have to kind of look out for what we need to grab, because there's a lot of gear here. I cannot equip mythical armor, can I? Nope. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, Vanguard is really good. I use that on pretty much every playthrough I've ever done. Very strong. Okay. Also perspective, yay! I think this might be the first time in the franchise where they had this kind of like perspective thing. Maybe Final Fantasy IV did it with the final dungeon, but I don't remember. I think this is the first time they had kind of like this like multi-layered look to a dungeon. Yeah, like good old perspective tricks. Gambler's pretty rough, yeah. I think that's probably better than it being the best job in the game, even though I think that would make me laugh a lot. I think it's better it being the worst job than it being the best job. But again, I would laugh. Yeah, the first specialty of Gambler is probably the worst part of it. If I could reliably gain EXP and JP and Peak after battle, like every other normal job, then, you know, I'd probably play it more. It's usually why I wait until the very end of a game to actually use Gambler. Because, yeah, it kind of screws itself. I need to make sure that I have this on my screen. This is another dungeon that I need to be very sure that I grab everything in. Also, for all of the Final Fantasy VI enjoyers, they got a lot of mileage out of this dungeon in particular when making like a good third of Final Fantasy VI dungeons. This was definitely a blueprint for that game with all of its steampunk themed dungeons. I say all of their steampunk themed dungeons. I would say there's maybe 3 of them in the entire game, but yeah. I think it still holds. Okay, so we've got a few options here. Let's take the left one first. That drops us on to the left here. Okay. That, I don't think that put us anywhere valuable. Go up. Nope. Okay. Oh, that was a shame. Let's try another one. Let's try middle left. Default 2 gameplay only in FF5. Yeah, Final Fantasy always flirts with sci-fi. It's great. I actually tend to enjoy it whenever the games just kind of decide to say, you know what, screw it. We're gonna just genre flip on you real fast. Because we think it'll be funny. We think it'll be really funny. And I mean, a lot of Final Fantasies do it. Final Fantasy 1 did it. Do I get no answer? Bravely Default 2 gameplay only in FF5. Are you saying you want Bravely Default 2 gameplay in FF5? Like multiple turns? Actually, hang on. Where am I supposed to go? I think going up? No, going down is what I want. So this leads me somewhere. I don't... Oh, no. That leads me down there. I don't want that. Oh, there we go. Green Beret. That's a good headpiece. Can I even wear that? No. Nope. Nope. You kidding? Happy thoughts. Storyline in such FF5 with the whole Bravely Default 2 style of gameplay. I'd like that. I think Final Fantasy V, funnily enough, has probably I think I prefer 5's story over Default 2, so I think that'd be a win-win for me. I think that'd probably be a win-win. What level are they? Level 4. I'll keep them that. Hang on, what's the max for White Mage? Level 7, I think? I think so. So whenever they max out, I'll swap them. I'll go. Yeah, I'd probably take that. I'd take that deal. I don't know. I think Final Fantasy V's very simple storytelling is used to an extreme advantage in this game. Like it's one of the strongest aspects of the game. It's just how simple and easy to understand it is. Because it's just fun. It's just a fun game. It has its serious moments. It's not like it doesn't. It has probably one of the more impactful, like, climaxes and third arcs in any of the Final Fantasies, in my personal opinion, because for most of the game, it's just kind of silly, wacky. So whenever it does get super serious, it genuinely hits pretty hard. It's kind of like Paper Mario. For anyone who's played Paper Mario, those games are usually very quirky, but whenever it gets serious, it feels a lot more dire. There's a lot more weight to it, personally. There's a lot more weight to it. It's kind of the inverse. Whenever you have a very serious game, have those moments of levity, it kind of has a lot more impact because of the fact that, you know, you've just been through so much, and you've seen so much BS and carnage, and, you know, then these guys have a nice little chat, or, you know, there's a silly moment, and it sticks out a lot more. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, but for most of the time, it's good. It's kind of like a nice relief, and I think this game is kind of the opposite of that. It's fun, it's silly, it's wacky, and then whenever it gets serious, it feels a lot more dire. Like, Okay, we're about halfway through this dungeon. Still a lot of BS to grab. I have 4 more chests. I think there's one in this room. Click this. I need to move that over. Can't take X-Death seriously after you were talking with your wife and accidentally called him Sex Death. You know what? I respect it. There are worse names for X-Death, for sure. And dude, I think I'd be scared of a villain named Sex Death. I think I'd be scared of a villain named Sex Death. Turn that off. I move up. Bro means business, for sure. Sex Death, the Amazon Queen. Such a stupid bit. Oh, hang on. I need to equip ice rods. I need to make sure I'm on Time Mage. I'll do Time Mage with Bards. I need to make sure that there's one job present. I need to make sure there's one White Mage present. That's per the rules. 3 ice rods should be plenty. What am I missing? It's X-Death. Sex Death, the mightiest wood. Legendary. I love it. That'll be his name from this point onward, is Sex Death. Queen Karnak, that's where the woman was. What's she doing here? Holy crap! Meddling dolts, you will not interfere with my revival. Who could this be? Is it Sex Death? I don't know, but we do have a living flame here. If you guys have played Final Fantasy XIV, hey, look. Anyways, don't do it again, please. My guy literally turns to the hand right there. Hey guys, I think the run is dead. I may have gotten a little too trigger happy. You know how I said that this boss would be a mild inconvenience as long as I did it right? Well, I didn't do it right. So... Hey, Golluff! Hey, buddy! Are you excited to, You excited to get some... Oh, nah, I got paralyzed. You excited to hit this thing with a flail? It's gonna be exciting, right? It'll be so much fun. Go! I get it. He's old. He can't hit for shit. Never mind. He's paralyzed now. He hit him in the shins. His spleen gave out on him. Let's just protect. I mean, at least we got a head start. We got a head start in the fight. It's fine. Time Mage is in the Fiesta. We rolled Time Mage on the Water Crystal. So... We only have access to Time Mage and White Mage right now. If we beat this boss, we get another job. Cast Haste here. I need to cast Protect as well at some point. That's some okay damage. Okay, this actually that gauges how much I have to worry about. I don't have a lot of Phoenix Downs. I think this might be a reset. Yeah, you missed out on Sex Death. There were a lot of weird discussions. Yeah. Oops. I think we do this. Yes. Anyways, as I was saying, this boss is easy. Yeah. This is totally not in disguise. Anyways, hey guys, look, it's the first time we're seeing this boss. Completely ignore that other attempt that will totally not be in the edited version of this video. Holy crap, guys! It's Liquid Flame! Anyways, Frost Rod. This is what we've been preparing for the entire time. It's crazy, guys. Wow, look at that damage! Holy crap! Who would have seen that coming? And now I'm going to attack him, to move him to a new form. Never mind, he doesn't want to play ball. It's fine, we can just wait him out. In the meantime, I'm going to cast Protect. Never mind, I'm going to cast Phoenix Down. And then I'm gonna cast. Actually, I'm gonna cast Frost Rod. And then I'm gonna cast Cure. Wow, guys, look! He died. Such an easy fight, guys. Also, yeah, add another tick to Lena tanking the floor. Breaking Rods is definitely balanced. We got a flame bow, so if we get Ranger, we've got that. Yeah, barely an inconvenience. Easy, first try. First try it too. Good job, team. Oh, and she's dead, Jim. I was being controlled by some... I can't believe I keep giving them the stupid voices. This is why I do post-commentary when I'm doing dialogue, so I can keep trying. It's not the machines that are destroying them. Something evil is using their power. Something evil and maybe a little sexy. Please, save the fire crystal. Ooh, See, the voices in my head were telling me to drop kick the crystals, so yeah. I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah. Holy crap, guys, it's the fire crystal. Not the worst voice I've heard before post. I'll take that as a compliment. I tried really hard to do a good Kefka voice. I think that's the only one I did multiple takes for because I kept peeking my mic. And I got really angry at myself because I wanted to do it all in one take to get the emotions through, and it never worked because I was always just screaming into my microphone. And suffice to say, I did a lot of mic testing after that series was done to make sure that didn't happen again. Put a lot of filters on my microphone. Also, Golov knows a werewolf. I think this is the start of one of those modern teen dramas that the kids are into nowadays. Artists that ship him with Cloud of Darkness draw him very handsome. You know what? That's fair. He deserves that. You're a professional. Should hear some of the people you've worked with. Sound like they gargled rocks. Huh. There's just a night guy over there who just pushed the big red button that I was talking about earlier. Why is there a big red button in the back that is specifically there to smash the crystal into smithereens? Because it's funny. Mwahaha! It's for the bit. The official art of X-Death is actually really cool. I think the art, like the night look for him is really, really cool. I like it. Also, his OG concept art where he was a centaur is also really neat. Because he was originally depicted as a centaur, for people who didn't know. X-Death's original design had him as a centaur. They kind of keep it in his final form, but he was supposed to be a centaur. Well, I don't know if he was supposed to be a centaur, but that was what his design was based on. Anyways, so this werewolf is not having a good time. And neither are we. I kind of need the crystal. Oh, never mind. Well. Man, Golf's so important all of a sudden. It's crazy. Ah, there we go. There we go. That's what I needed to happen. Anyways, that poor werewolf is dead. F's in the chat for the werewolf who helped us escape. Well, kind of helped us escape. He gave us exposition. He gave us exposition, and he gets an F in the chat for that. Because there's not a lot of that in this game. It's usually figure it out. And I think that's funny. Also, I know a lot of people who do not like this segment of the game in particular. Because we're currently in the castle that we were stuck in. We were imprisoned with actually, no, we're not in the castle yet. Hang on. Give it a second. Then we'll be in the castle. Give it a second. Yeah, the werewolf unfortunately didn't make it out, which is sad, but hey, crystals. Isn't the castle gonna blow if the crystals are gone? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that just yet. Oh, never mind. Hey guys, you like timers? Like time limits? Because here we go! Time until Karnak Castle explodes! 10 minutes! If you were on any version other than this one, you have to worry about random encounters while going through here. There are still treasure chests for you to get. You have 10 minutes to fight enemies, grab the chests, and get out. Too bad for them! I've got something called quality of life! See ya, suckers! Actually, hang on, I do need to, probably should equip something, though. Suckers! Oh. There are still monsters in the chests, however. That sucks. Well, crap. Well, I guess I gotta pick my battles then, don't I? At least I get to cast Wazaga on these guys. I probably should have stocked up on more frost rods now that I think about it. The instant karma, yeah. Well, at least I got an elixir. You know what, while the 10-minute timer is going, I should probably look up if there are actually any chests I need to spend my time grabbing here. Karnak Castle. This is not helping me. Castle Karnak. Not Cattle Karnak, I can definitely spell. Is there anything valuable in here? Yes, yes there is. So, there is an elixir, which we just got. There's a shuriken, there's a ribbon, there's an Esuna, a lightning scroll, there's another bundle of elixirs. There's a main gosh and an elven mantle. Yeah, Karnak Castle. AKA Karma Castle. I do have to worry about the Iron Claw later. Which sucks. I feel like I should go for that ribbon. It's in Basement 3. Should probably go for that ribbon. Yeah. Where's the ribbon? Monsters, ribbon, start. I leave this room and go to the left. Cool. All right, well, we're gonna gamble for the ribbon. Anyway, guys, still timer going down. Please panic. All right, so I've got to somehow beat these two sorcerers with my merry band. Go on. I still have a frost rod. Never mind. Hang on. We can clutch this out. All I want is the ribbon. I can screw the elven mantle. Screw all that. I gotta. I unfortunately did not pack frost rods, so I've got to kind of pick this and I made my bed, now I gotta lay in it. Anyways, let's just get out of here. Am I going the right way? Yeah, right? Yeah, no, yeah, I'm going the right way. Cool. No, I'm not. I'm not going the right way? No, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? No, I'm going the right way. Alright, cool. Yeah, Ribbon makes me immune to basically every element. Which is pretty good. Is there anything that doesn't have fights? Monsters. Oh, I would lose out on Esuna right now. It's not that big of a deal. We're 2,000 gil. That's... If I go to section 4... go up. Okay, I gotta go up here. I definitely need to book it because I still have a boss I have to fight. Should be right here. 2,000 gil, cool. I don't think there's I think everything else has monsters in it. Kind of sucks. If I had known that, I might actually, if I die here, I'll reset and I'll use the 2 ice rods I still have on the Zephyr, on the Elven Mantle, and the Ribbon. But we have this is a mandatory fight here. I did not equip my boy. There we go. Flail. Okay. Now we've got to somehow beat this in a matter of time. Yeesh. We're gonna need to haste everyone here. Don't miss. Not right now, dude. No, come on, not right now. You better bring it. Don't miss right now, dude. I cannot afford you to miss. No. Here we go on flail. I have 7.5 minutes. I cannot afford you to just sit there and twiddle your thumbs. Otherwise, I will lose to the time limit, which will make all of us look bad. Well, honestly, it'll only be me that looks bad, but still. Let's get a dagger in there. All right, Lena, get front row time. Front row time for you. No, you have a flail. Go ahead, hit. Yeah, that's some good damage.
Yeah! Hit him! Yeah!
Okay, one dog's dead. Cool.
Yeah!
Damn you, Galuf. You better bring it! Yeah, my damage will skyrocket as soon as I get Meteor and Holy, but hey, that's at the very, very end of the game. That's why I'm kind of hoping I get either Ninja or Ranger in a second. Because that would be really nice if I could get Ninja or Ranger. Come on, guys. Alright, I can auto-battle this for a second. Get him! Get him! Get him! You got this, guys. I'm proud of you. This guy. He's no ordinary soldier. Show us your true form. You wish to know my true identity? I am the famed bounty hunter, Iron Claw. This guy is not as cool as he thinks he is. What? It's the cute little freaking bounce. This guy is not as intimidating as he thinks he is. 0. Death Claw. 0. This guy thinks he's all that. I'm just gonna flail him to death, and poor Lena is she's just gonna hang out. She's just gonna hang out. I got 5 minutes to kill here, dude. I mean, ow! Never mind. Hang on. Hang on. Ow! Oh. Never mind. Hey, at least she's not adding to the death count. We're not adding to the death count yet. You're hoping for Gilgamesh or Yojimbo? Gilgamesh is here in a little bit, and Yojimbo didn't exist yet. Don't worry, Gilgamesh, it originates from this game. He has a very big role to play in it. This is his debut game. They give him a lot of love in this game. We have not seen what we've gotten from the Fire Crystal just yet. We are trying to escape from the castle right now. Honestly, I probably shouldn't do that. Hey! The famous bounty hunter Ironclaw has fallen to us. How intimidating he really was. Alright, there we go. Good job, team. We did it. Yeah, Gilgamesh, despite his clumsiness, is actually smarter than about half the cast. I love Greg. He needs his own game. Greg needs, or at least he needs to be a party member in a Final Fantasy game at some point. He needs to be a party member at some point. Being smarter than this game's cast is not hard. That is true. This team is all brawn, no brains, and honestly, hey, it works. Beastmaster! Honestly, I would be not happy if I got that right now. Geomancer, this is probably last place on the ones I want from the Fire Crystal. Ninja, I would be pretty okay if we had Ninja. I'd be pretty okay with that. Hang on. Let's see here. Not giving Ranger? Am I wrong? I could have sworn Ranger was the Fire Crystal. Hang on. Range. Yeah, I have to do Ranger later. Range. Do I roll for it now, or do I wait until I get Ranger? Do I roll for it now? Yeah, it's in the Black Chocobo's gut, I remember. But I don't... Do I roll for it? I'm assuming I roll for it now. And if I just get Ranger, I have to wait until I get the Black Chocobo. I am assuming... Yeah. Yeah, I think I roll it now. And if I just roll Ranger, I have to wait, essentially. That's fine. Okay. Let's roll it. Let's roll it. I hit the Fire Crystal. Let's see it. Okay. Make sure that you guys can see this. We can. Okay, actually, hang on real fast. Let me go over the jobs that we have, and I'll talk about my placement. So we got Ninja. Ninja, dual wield. They're very agility focused. So they don't have a lot of weapon choices, only being daggers and... hang on, I have this thing. I keep thinking that if I tab into the game, it'll minimize this, if it doesn't. Anyways, Ninja is... Their main gimmick is dual wield. You can dual wield weapons, which you normally can't do in this game, and you can, dual wield powerful weapons. Their armor and weapon choices are a little limited, but they're also evasion gods. Yeah, they use daggers and bananas, as ninjas do. Then there is Beastmaster. Beastmaster can call upon monsters. It can also control them in mid-combat and let you control what the monster does for a few turns. It's mostly used to get Blue Mage abilities, but the Beastmaster themselves can hit pretty hard. Some of their abilities are pretty useful. However, most of the time, I tend to use it to control enemies to help Blue Mage. What else do we get? We got Ninja, we got Beastmaster, we got Geomancers. Geomancer is a mage that is centered around the terrain that you're fighting in, as its main ability will differ depending on if you're in a grassland, or in a cave, or in the sky, or underwater. You'll get varying effects, which means that the Geomancer's viability can vary from place to place, literally. So, it's kind of like a high highs, low lows kind of job. It's peaks and valleys. First time watching a Fiesta stream? Nice to have you, Asmont. Okay, so we have Ninja, so right now we have Ninja, Beastmaster, and Geomancer. Those are the ones we have right now. If we roll Ranger, we will just have to wait until we get Ranger in. Okay. If I had to pick a favorite, I would say Ninja, followed by Ranger, then probably Geomancer, and then Beastmaster. But honestly, I don't think there's a bad choice here. I think there are just better choices. I think Ninja and Ranger are the better choices. Okay, let's pull this back up. Oh, wait, hang on. No, I can't. Also, there's Bard. There's Bard, but it's also been chucked away. We'll get Bard later. Same thing with Ranger. If we roll Bard, we'll just have to get it later. Thankfully, it isn't too much later, but it is later. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, Bard Fluid, Ranger. We will get them soon enough. All right. Ranger. Okay. White Mage, Time Mage, Ranger. Okay. So we will have to wait on that. Now, so what that means is we will need to stock up on rods. That'll be our main damage source for a little while. Honestly, for a while, actually, just in general. So we rolled on Ranger, which means we can't use it right now. So we're stuck with Time Mage and White Mage still. However, I'm going to stock up on these rods. These are going to be very useful, especially Flame Rod. Flame Rod will be very, very useful. I'm going to buy, like... Honestly, I should probably stock up on more Gil. However, I think what I'm going to do right now is... I'm going to keep progressing the story real quick. I think that I need to talk to someone here in Karnak to progress the narrative. Yeah. Queen is upstairs, but she's been wounded. I don't know how she's handling her castle being destroyed. Probably not very well. Most of her stuff was gone, but not my problem. Oh, she doesn't seem to be in the greatest of spirits right now. The queen's been delirious since we found her. Well, yeah, I probably would be too if I was controlled by a sexy tree man and, you know, had my entire castle explode, and there were some loot gremlins that were taking her elixirs and her ribbons out of her, you know, holy coffers, or whatever she wants to call them. Yeah, probably would be annoyed too. What's up, Funhound? What did you miss? So we just finished getting the Fire Crystal jobs. We got White Mage from the Wind Crystal and Time Mage from the Water Crystal. So we are a very squishy, magic-focused team right now. And yeah, Dragonweed. Thank you. Yeah, Dragonweed. I'm not gonna worry about the Dorm Chimera right now. Dragonweed, yeah. Platypus Balls. Sex Death. You know, the whole 9 yards. The usual. I'll probably try to make it to the Library of the Ancients. I might finish that out, and then I might call it, but we'll see. The Library of the Ancients, because we have Rod Breakers, probably won't be that bad. Speaking of, Flame Rod. Yeah, Saturday night. It's just a usual Saturday. We're just enjoying our Saturday here, hanging out, smoking some Dragonweed, just chilling, talking about sex, death, and platypus testicles. You know, pretty normal. One of these guys, I think, talks about something important. Jakul. Yeah, there we go. Sid's grandson, Mid, poor name, by the way, is over the Library of the Ancients. He's more crazy about learning than Sid is. Very important to know. Maybe default to questionable balance? Yeah, that comes into question pretty much every stream. Yeah, philosophical conversations. We've kind of gone... We've kind of hit all the bases today. And it's only 4:23 p.m. for me right now, so... No. I've only had one break, which is crazy. I hate that his grandson's name is Mid. I know, at least in 16 it stands for Midadol, which is also not a great name. But, I don't know, I don't like it. Sidolphus is definitely a much cooler name, for sure. Thankfully, we can come back in here if we need to get stuff. If only I never made those infernal machines. I think that's a better name. I think that's a better voice for Sid. Even though he's like an old, senile, crazy man. Everything, all of this is my fault. If it weren't for me, my sinuses are kind of blocked up right now. I need to go get some air. Yeah, we do need more money. Unfortunately, I might be able to get my money back if I have ×4 gil on. I might be able to make my money back on certain areas if I just use rods all the time. Yeah, one of the exclusive main characters in Exodus is Mid. I think this is the first time Mid is shown in the franchise. I think Final Fantasy V is the first time they did a Mid. I also don't think there are a lot of mids in Final Fantasy in general. I think this is one of the few times where there's a mid. Sidolphus Orlando. Oh, Sword Saint would be busted. Physical damage already is really good in Final Fantasy V. Sword Saint would be crushed. Would crush this game to bits. Also, Library of the Ancients, one of my favorite dungeons. Really cool. I like the aesthetic. There's a lot of books. A lot of books. Wait for the next Sid relative. Mid. Well, Mid's coming up. We're almost to Mid. Unfortunately, I don't want to explore this dungeon all too much right now. I need rods so that I can break over enemies' backs first. Mid, worried, talked about something, a book moment. All these guys are just talking about Mid. I don't know what he did to be so popular, but he did something. We do have free HP MP restoration right here, which is good. I feel like I'm pretty close to getting Comet. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm going to say Lid. You biffed your bit there, dude. You biffed your bit. I'm sorry. Don't forget his wife, Bid. Yep. I can't go into the Moor Desert yet, can I? Yeah. I think we're making the journey back to the graveyard, guys. Actually, no, I'm gonna test, I have the Flame Rod on my person right now. Let's test how much gil on average I can make if I'm hanging around here. Your Rid is the great-grandson. Hello! There we go. Oh, this will be a decent test. Oh, hey, look, a Blue Mage ability. I love how there's just a Blue Mage ability called question mark, question mark, question mark. Very creative, guys. No, I want to use this as an... No, I don't want to equip it. There we go. Thank you. Alright, Flame Rod. Alright, how much damage you doing? Yeah, it's plenty damage. And then... 2,500 gil. I definitely made my money back. Well, I didn't even pay for that one. Do I have an ice rod somewhere? I do not. Well, let's purchase some. We've got the whole family tree. We got Sid, Mid, Rid, Lid, probably Kid somewhere in there. Wid, Vid. Got the whole family tree. I'll be greedy and buy 10 of these. Oh yeah, I love Final Fantasy V's battle theme. I think this is probably my favorite regular battle theme of the mainline Final Fantasies. I would probably 9 times out of 10 vote this as my favorite one. If a gun was put to my head and it said, name your favorite Final Fantasy battle theme, this would probably be the first one that came to my head. Probably. It'd probably either be this or 9s. I also really like 4s and I like 6s. I like 8s. I like a lot of them. I like 10s a lot, but I think 5 and 9 are my top 2. And I think I probably pick this one over 9 more than not. 2's battle theme is very, very, very good. Oh, Blinded by Light is... Final Fantasy XIII's soundtrack in general is probably in my top 5 for mainline Final Fantasy. Blinded by Light is great. Ooh, I did not put a Flame Rod in there. Nope. Kill them wild Nax. We deforestation in these parts. We're cleaning out the populace. Yes, sir. Alrighty. We don't get a lot of EX... Actually, I guess I could give myself a lot of EXP, but... I guess, actually, this is not a bad time to level. So, sure, why not? Especially since I'm going to... There are going to be fights where I'm not going to be able to just win immediately. So, it'd probably be best for me to do this. I especially love the recent remix this song got a few months ago in Final Fantasy XIV. It's very good. Very, very good. I like it a lot. They did a good job with it. They did a very good job. I love that I keep getting wild Nax. Very, very good. Equip a Flame Rod. Use them. Yeah, I am literally running these dogs' pockets right now. I am robbing these little pooches for all they're worth, man. It's funny because we killed a poacher earlier today, and here I am making money off of probably their pelts, or the fact that they're well done dogs now. So sell them on the black market. I hear there's a nice little quaint village next to a chasm that has a sweatshop in need of some material. Maybe we can pawn them off to them. I don't think these guys would mind. Especially with the single brain cell they all share. Yeah, this enemy is just a German Shepherd. So, word of advice, if you're trying to rob a house, fire works. But I think the German Shepherd would get a good few hits on you first. Like, I've been bleeding out of my guts here. I am now purposefully ignoring you, Zager. I saw that Karnak Chameleon thing, I just did not acknowledge it because, I think I think Sex Death was on the mind. Actually, no, that was later. I had something on the mind. No, I had Sex Death on the mind. I'll be completely honest. Hey, I'm a guy, alright? I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude making jokes. Sex Death is just one hunky tree. Honestly, despite all of the, depictions of X-Death in material where he has voice acting, I've always depicted X-Death with, a very thick Scottish accent. I don't know if that's just me. I've always depicted him with, a very, very thick Scottish accent. I think it's really funny. Like, he's Shrek. That, kind of, level. I admit to thinking about the mightiest wood. I am human, alright? I am human. Final Fantasy Explorers did have a good soundtrack. He's barely audible due to his thick camera. He's like, "Hey guys, I'm Extra. What's going on, man? That'll do. I'm here to destroy the crystals. You guys won't stop me. I'm gonna destroy the world, and you guys can't stop me." You know what? That's what I'm gonna do whenever X-Death's on screen now. Screw that. That is now his voice. That is now the bit. You guys are not changing my mind. I am going to do muffled Scottish Sex Death. That is going to be his voice. Yeah, that'll be his voice now. So get used to it. I will be from this point onward. I will be the official voice actor for X-Death in any Square Enix properties. So please look forward to it. Yeah, I think I have plenty of gil. That's what the S is for. Yeah, exactly. Alright, yeah. 30k gil, that's pretty good. Yeah, the S in sex death it's Scottish X death. Scottish X death. Yeah, Xenoblade and Harvestella also have really good soundtracks. That I will agree with. I think I'm just gonna buy 10 of these boys. That'll come in handy. I have the bow for whenever I do get Ranger, which will be useful. It'll be very useful. I don't think anyone else can wear those right now. Nope. I need to finish Harvestella. I bought the game whenever it was on sale on my Switch, and I think I got I want to say I'm about 20 hours into the game. It's really fun. I was surprised how much I enjoyed it, especially since I'm not really big on like farming sim games, but it's also not just a farming sim. That game's fun. I recommend it. Good soundtrack, cool class system. It's fun. It's a very feel-good game. And then, yeah, Xenoblade is definitely contender for my favorite franchise, favorite video game franchise ever. So I will sing the praises of that game in pretty much games in pretty much anyway. Okay, I'm gonna farm these poor pooches for a little bit longer. That way I at least have some extra spending money. We'll do Thunder Rod, since I think Thunder Rod is actually going to be less useful in the coming dungeon. So we will do Thunder Rod. Drakengard, I have a love-hate relationship with that franchise. I like the lore of Drakengard. Playing it is absolute agony. I hold the opinion that the best way to experience Drakengard is through YouTube. But that's probably just me. I did not enjoy playing Drakengard. Now, to be fair, my experience with Drakengard is through emulation, but I never played it on original hardware. But somehow I don't think playing on original hardware would have improved my experience with it. Yeah, Drakengard lore is just pain. Yeah, no one can ever be happy. Isn't that the Genshin farming game with the lesbians? Harvestella? I'm trying to think of a gacha game that has farming in it, and I'm drawing a blank. I'm not really well-versed in gachas. Maybe you're thinking of Harvestella? I guess the main characters sort of look like they come from a gacha? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe that is. Unfortunately, Harvestella did not get a lot of marketing. Just kind of flew under the radar. But it's also a pretty, small AA game. I'm not surprised it didn't get a lot of marketing. What about the Nier games? I like the Nier games. I was very satisfied with the Replicant remaster. And Automata, I like Automata. So the weird thing with Nier and Drakengard is, when it comes to Drakengard, I like the game more as it goes on. As you play through the game and you get more endings, I enjoy the game and its story more. Nier, both of them, I feel the opposite towards. I usually enjoy the first, 1 or 2 endings of the Nier games, and then I start to not really like it all that much. Not that they're bad games, I think they're both pretty good, but usually one or 2 endings and then a bunch of the joke ones are enough for me. Especially in Automata's case. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna turn off EXP. Oh, the Nier soundtrack is incredible. Both of those games. It's incredible. And I love the visual style. The visual aesthetic of Nier. Both of them. It's great. Music's great. Combat, I'm pretty hit or miss on. But I don't know. The story is pretty strong for the most part. I usually so for both Automata and Replicant, I've only gone through both of them one time all the way through once. Anytime I ever replay them, which Automata I think I've only replayed once, I didn't get past ending B. I played all of ending A, and then I did a little bit of ending B. I was like, alright, that's enough for me. Replicant, I think I got about the same length. I think I beat ending A, and then I was like, alright, I've had my fill. Alright, we need to talk to this guy to get through the dungeon. Actually, no, we need to go downstairs first. Oh, I love the Shadow Lord's soundtrack. It's great. The Shadow Lord's castle in general has really good songs in it. The party, the organ piece whenever you're not in combat, it's really, really good. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we fight Ifrit first. So I need that. Also, I'm gonna need to swap Golif over to Time Age at some point so he can level that up, but not right now. Okay. 3 Frost Rods should be plenty to kill Ifrits. Snow and Summer is great too. The reason why I was in Chicago, this is going back to the conversation I was having earlier, the reason I was in Chicago was to listen to a Nier concert. And it was phenomenal. It's probably the best like video game live concert I've been to, and I've been to quite a few. And I think that one takes the cake. That one was phenomenal. I loved that one. Actually no, I need to open that door. This dungeon's a little weird, but it's fun. There's some weird bookcase gimmicks here. And whenever you're in this dark room, there's enemies, which there's some really good blue magic you can learn here if you are playing normally. You can learn level 5 Death here. You can learn, I need to make sure I'm not. Ooh. Well, thankfully, I'm not needing to learn Blue Mage, because I would need to go and get one more level if that was the case. Because I will die immediately to level 5 Death. Yeah, the Nier music's great. Nier music's phenomenal. Alright, there's that entrance, but I'm gonna go down here first. Wahaha, none shall pass. You know, have you ever I think I've had a bookshelf talk to me at one point. That was probably whenever I realized I needed to stop talking to myself when I was in elementary school and make friends. I never stopped talking to myself, though. I say that, how do you think I'm doing this gig? I talk to myself all the time. Okay, so this should be Ifrit. Yeah, cool. Your cousin once did a Nier musical with her drama group? Wow. They did Replicant. Oh, well, that one, yeah, that'd be hype. The only thing I think my direct family has ever done with video game music is when my sister's senior year in high school, they played Darkness and Starlight from FF6 in their band. They played the Opera House segment, essentially, which was really cool to watch. Hey, Ifrit! You ready to chill out, my guy? Ready to chill out? I think he should be dead here. Yeah, okay. Breaking Rods is really good. Actual professional drama group, too. Wow. Well, that's definitely impressive. Kudos to them. Kudos to them. That seems like something that I would want to see. Ooh, Flame Scroll. If I had Ninja, that would have been really nice. Oh well. Hey guys, we got a Ifrit. Too bad we can't use him unless we get a certain item later. Imagine being the god of fire and 4 idiots beat you by throwing sticks at you. Hey, welcome to Final Fantasy V. You new here? Welcome to Final Fantasy V, everyone. These are monkeys, man. These guys are so silly. Welcome to Final Fantasy V, guys. This game is silly as hell. Yeah, you wanna stop me, Mr. Bookshelf? Yeah, get him, Ifrit. Get him. Make that bookshelf move. Man, Ifrit really got a promotion. In this game, he's in charge of this bookshelf demon. And then in Final Fantasy 16, he's the main character. Man. What blackmail did he have on those guys? On the Square Enix devs in order to get that big of a promotion? That's crazy. It's wild. Must have had some really dark shit on them. I think this drops me, does it? Yeah, it does. Actually, no, I can't move from here. It's just a, hey, look! Listen! Look out! I'm never making that bit again. Phoenix down! I think they didn't even realize the type advantage. They just panicked and tossed stuff. I think I would probably be in panic, too, if I was being attacked by a demon from a book. I'd probably be like, oh, shit, I'm gonna just hope this works. Why are there random pants in a library? I don't know. Mid just did not do laundry and decided to put his stuff in random treasure chests all over the place. You know kids. You know kids nowadays. Dude. So, don't level 5 death me, please? 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 Get burned! Yay! Oh, goddammit. No. I want Flame Rod. Go, 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 go. Unfortunately, these are some of the guys that can do, I don't think it's page 64, but one of these guys can do level 5 death with me. Didn't need to worry about it. Cool. Yes, the rods. They're very, very useful here. I'm so glad I rolled Time Mage. Because at least I have some kind of fighting chance. Okay, we need a tent. No, not really. Honestly, the rods are going to be a valuable way of dealing damage for a decent chunk of the game. We're going to be stocking up on them at pretty much any chance I get. At least until we get Ranger. Ranger will be pretty good in terms of damage, but those rods are going to be super useful. Anyways, here's mid, guys. Not before we get jumped by a big book. Hey, Biblos, what's going on, man? This fight right here, if you do not have any type of magic, especially for Four-Job Fiestas, I was going to sit in there and talk for a bit, and I realized I'm on active. If you don't have any kind of magic, this fight sucks. This fight can really suck. Oh, hey, there's Protect. Let's put another Flame Rod on. Gotta burn these books. That's what I read in high school, right? Gotta burn the books. Okay, there's another one. Arrgh. So this is the end, but only for me. Very soon, the Master's Seal will be blown wide open. The Scotsman is coming for your asses! And then he does a little thumbs up. Sexy Scotsman is coming for us. I'm terrified. Iron Draft, nice. Oh yes, BD2, you get one Hermes sandal, and you get to buy Hermes, and then you can buy Hermes shoes, yep. Yep. I don't know why I gave Biblos that voice. I seem to have a problem with today and giving all of the intimidating characters the dumbest voices. Huh? I told you not to bother me when I'm reading. I told you you're engrossed in this book the whole time. What whole time? I don't know, I was fighting that guy and setting the book on fire. Gee, did you make it sound like Sex Death is a sex offender? No, he's just a sexy guy. It's supposed to be an intimidation tactic, you know? He's not a sex offender, it's because of the implication, alright? It's about the implication, alright? He's not gonna do anything. It's an intimidation tactic. So, you know, Biblos was just exaggerating in his final moments before he was burnt to a crisp. His choice of words were not chosen very wisely. What's up, mid? See you, dude. I feel like the crevices in those library cases must be really tiny. I would get claustrophobia going through this place, man. Mid, you're all right. For a second, I thought that was mid talking, and I was gonna do the wrong voice. Who's this kid again? Is he like the grandson of some famous engineer that is constantly reoccurring in the Final Fantasy franchise? I don't know. Maybe they should tell me. There's a tunnel in Wiswald. Now you're actually done with it and have to go to Rheimdall. Good luck. You got plenty of places in Rheimdall to cover. Anyways, Mid found a book. Who would have thought, in a place called the Library of the Ancients? Found a book. I'm so proud of you, Mid. That's what you were doing this whole time, was to get a book. And some pretty dope boss fights too, yeah. Some good ones there. Anyways, dude, can you like make that airship? Can you make that ship an airship, please? Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, so Sid is currently having a depressive state, and Mid is gonna have to do all the work for us. That's gonna become a recurring theme in this game. Mid does most of the work for us. He's Sid's currently getting high on Dragonweed, as you would expect. Because why would he not be? Anyways, we're gonna go back to Sid. We're getting pretty close to... Well, okay, hang on. I was gonna say we're getting pretty close to the Chocobo Forest, but let me double check that. I don't think it's until we have the ship that we have the access to the Chocobo Forest. Chocobo Forest, Final Fantasy V. I want to make sure... I want to see if I can even get Ranger today. Because I don't think I'm going to go much longer. But I do want to see where things are. So walk, this. Karnak. I didn't get Shiva, but it didn't really matter. I didn't get Summoner. It's only been less than 3 hours. Yeah, totally. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm almost to the point where I can go get Ranger. I'm definitely gonna go 5 hours. I just need to check to see. I want to make sure if I can get Ranger soon, which I don't know off the top of my head. Hey guys, I've totally played this game before. I definitely know how the narrative goes. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. I don't want to spoil anything too crazy because we're gonna get to the silly stuff here very, very soon. Once we get the ship, oh, things are gonna get silly. So things are about to get very Final Fantasy. I think it's the best way of putting it. So we'll keep going. Actually, no, hang on. Sid's getting high on Dragonweed, so we've got to go to the pub. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. I think he actually is in the pub. I don't think he's in the special room where the queen is. I think he's actually up here. Right? Yep, cool. Hey, man, can I have a swig of that? Mid isn't here. So, I think if you hadn't talked to him... Actually, no. The order I did things was right. I didn't sequence break or anything. There's a few times where that happens in this game. A recurring theme with this game is grandkids and grandparents, which is a very interesting dynamic. Not normally explored a lot in video games, but there is a lot of that in this game. There's at least 3 pairs of grandkids and grandparents, which I didn't really notice until, like, my 3rd playthrough. Alright, kid, you did your jig? Bro, sobering up? Let's go get ourselves a ship, man. You think it's grand? Ah, very clever of you. I will acknowledge that pun. But your next joke, I will ignore. That is unfortunately the deal that I have been presented to you. So take it or leave it. Okay, let's go get ourselves a ship so we can unlock essentially the rest of the map. We get a lot of the map pretty early into this game. Also, for those who are like, wow, you already have 3 crystals? You must be really far into this game. No. This game gives you every job except for 1 pretty early into the game. Like within the first, I would say within the first quarter of the game, give or take. Maybe the first third of the game, it gives you all the jobs. Outside of 1, which you don't get until the very end. So it's not like we are near the end of the game. This is an experience. Did you see the dog bowl? I didn't know they could. I was planning on installing like one of those little clown squeaky nose sounds for moments like these. I just didn't update my soundboard for it, so you get off easy today. But next Saturday? I don't think so. Anyways, ship time. Once we have our ship, we'll be able to go to the Chocobo Forest. At least that's... if I remember correctly, I can go to the Chocobo Forest, grab myself a... I lied. Well, now you know not to trust me. And that's a more of an important life lesson than your jokes being ignored. Out of the way! This kid, man, he thinks he can just boss me around and whatnot, and I'll show him. Take a nice huff of dragon weed and then throw a frost rod at his face. Break it over his back. See how he handles 2k damage. I'm so likable and trustworthy. I try. I try to be. I wonder if that map is even partially accurate. Hey, Golf, what's wrong, bro? You look even stranger than usual. I don't know, maybe he's growing in those gray hairs finally. I vote to drown Sid in mid in acid, which is what Sid's name nearly autocorrected to. You know, I like where you're going with that. In before mid has 8k HP and tanks my rod. Well, thankfully I bought like 15 billion of them. Break one over his back. Oh, that didn't work. Do another one. And another one. And another one. I just gotta hope he misses all of his hits. Hey, Golf, you alright? My head. I gotta do... my head! It was like I could almost remember. No, I can't disrespect my boy like that with that voice. Anyways, flashback time. You guys remember 5 minutes ago? That's Golf, guys. Hey, look, it's the kid from the siren fight. Golf deserves the badass voice. Oh, I'll do my best. I gotta figure out what voices to give each character whenever I actually start voicing their lines. Whenever all the super silly funny lines come up. Hang on, I can test it here. Damn, I cannot do a serious voice. I've tried before, I cannot. I don't have it in me. I think I just gotta go with my regular voice, like, oh, hey, knock it off. Kids these days, you know, rubble. That's... oh, that was bad. This is the part that you guys don't see of the videos, and I scratch that out, and I do like 80 more takes. I gotta do like the basic protect. Actually, no. Bart's would definitely be like a junkie. Like, Golf, what happened, dude? Oh, that's a surfer, bro. What the hell am I doing? What, bro? What happened, man? You look out of it, dude.
I'm not from this world.
Whoa, dude, that's crazy.
I came here on a meteorite
Sent from another world. Now I'm J. Jonah Janus.
Because the evil we sealed away 30 years ago was beginning to reawaken. I came here to stop it.
Evil's reawakening?
That's right. And a terrible evil at that. The Dark Warlock. Sex Death.
Considering this stream started with Dragon Weed, it makes sense for Bart's.
No doubt about it. The power of the 4 crystals converges on this spot.
Yeah, I think JJJ works for Golf. We'll do that. We'll go with that.
I hate. You know who's a menace to society? Sex Death.
Is that spotted? Giga Chad.
I came here once before to seal him away 30 years ago.
I don't think it's in the budget for a female voice, so sorry, Lena.
Right, my head.
I don't have the budget for that. I'm sorry, guys. Golf, dude.
Still, can't remember clearly. We can't allow X-Death to be revived.
Oh, sorry.
Sex Death.
Lena is just the Wonder Woman. See, someone gets the reference.
Golf. I'm okay.
I think they eventually got some poor woman to voice the superheroes in that YouTube channel. It just took a few years. Anyways, these guys are out cold. Perfect. I can get the rods out.
Huff, I say.
I wonder how it slept like a top. I wonder how that would. That does not seem very. That does not seem very very comfortable. Yeah, Ferris would either be very drunk or I gotta bring out my scurvy, you know. Because, like, she's given, like, a nice, deep, and mature voice in some of the other games where she has voice acting. And I'm like, yeah, she would obviously sound like that, but come on. Captain Barbossa's, like, right there. Like, either that or, like, she is either Jack Sparrow or Barbossa. Like, no in between. Thanks, guys, for isolating me on this ship.
Dying's a day worth living for.
We're off, dudes! I can't believe I made Bard's a surfer, bro. Anyways, hey, ship! Okay, we are going to make a beeline for the Chocobo Forest. And then I might end stream there. I'll probably end stream there. Actually, I might go a little bit longer. I might prep a few little things, and then I might end stream. I gotta remember where the Chocobo Forest is. There it is. Right? This is it? No. No. Where's Chocobo? Oh, no, it's over here. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I can't get it until we go here. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, then, okay. I'm going to at least take a break. I'll take another 5-10 minute break, and then I'll come back, and we'll probably go for maybe another hour or so. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's try and get to Ranger. Turn my noise back on. There we go. All right. Let's try and get to Ranger. So obviously I can't get it out of sequence here, which is unfortunate. So we're just gonna have to play this game normally. That's fine with me. We can at least check out this town right here. Good old Crescent. For those who, it also may be known as the Crescent Island, or Occult Crescent. Nudge, nudge. Only a few people will get that joke. Anyways, yeah, it was nice that we had that ship for as long as we did. Unfortunately, ships don't seem to last very long in this world because that's not good, is it? Shit. Well, we could explore the wide world. Not anymore. Well, while we're here, might as well enjoy Crescent Isle. So, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, OMG, it's the Croissant Island. It's the Occult Croissant. Huh, I wonder what jobs we're about to get. I wonder what jobs we are about to get. Music funny, yes. Yeah. Yeah, you recognize this, Celeste. Yeah, you recognize this. Good old Phantom Village. Well, Phantom Village is later in the game, but Sage's Surprise. That would be cool. Yeah, poor boat. The boats do not last very long in this game. We'll just auto-equip everyone for right now, and then we'll worry about specific stuff in a bit. Speaking of, I do want to look around here.
Another good harvest this year, darling. Another good harvest this year, darling. It's all thanks to the fertile soil we have on this island.
I'm so sorry, Grandma. I tried to do a Smiling Friends impression, and it... Oh gosh, that... Hire me for all of your professional voice acting gigs, especially if you want me to voice a grandma. Anyways, piano. Okay, we're getting better. We're de-rusting a little bit. We'll get there. We'll get there. What's up, Bard Man? You must be tired from your journey. Here's a song for you. Sorry, dude. I didn't roll Bard, so... Thanks, I guess. This is awkward. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. Sorry, dude. Anyway, guys, here's Wonderwall. Damn, I wish I'd rolled Bard so I could have had Bards as, like, the hippie high Bard guitarist dude. That fits him pretty well. Do I need more money? I need more money. I mean, it's not like I need black magic, actually, so never mind. Screw you, old lady. Okay, there's not really much else here.
Gee, look at this water. It rarely rains here, but the spring just keeps on bubbling up.
I'm never doing that again. Actually, that's a lie. I'm gonna do that again. Well, aren't you unlucky? Thanks, old man. Alright, anyways. Hey, guys. Let's now go inside the Chocobo Forest. Hey, look!
What the heck is that? Doesn't look like any chocobo I've ever seen.
Whatever it is, I'll catch it, guys. Oh, it just ran right into my arms. Okay, sure. Guys, look! It's a black chocobo. Guess not. I heard black chocobos can fly, so giddy up! Well, not great for a maiden voyage. But Bart, no one ever said Bart was good at flying. Well, it didn't giddy. Did you break it or something?
Ah, funny, old man. Sounds like it's got something stuck down its gullet.
Hey, there we go. Dude, it's got Coke. Let's go.
The explosion at Karnak Castle must have sent them flying over here.
And 'cause he swallowed them, he couldn't fly. This is a terrible, like, voice acting direction. I need a better voice director. This is crazy. Anyways, Bard and Ranger. We're only using one of those. Ew, they're all still sticky. But oh, maybe he'll be able to fly. Anyways, giddy up, all four of you. This is a good Chocobo theme. Anyways, Bard. So, not Bard. I guess there is Bard, but we're not talking about Bard. We got, where is it? Ranger. So Ranger focuses on daggers and bows, mainly bows, dealing pretty powerful damage from the back row. They're kind of frail, so you want to keep them back there. However, they're mostly well known for their ultimate ability, which has different names depending on versions, but here it's going to be Rapid Fire, which is essentially multiple quick hits in succession with your weapon, and that will come in handy, for sure. That'll definitely come in handy. Especially if we eventually get another attack job for our last one, like if we get Samurai or Dancer or something, like we might be able to make use of Rapid Fire somewhere else, but Ranger's not bad. We'll take Ranger. We'll take Ranger. I think for right now, we've almost got Time Mage leveled on most of us. I definitely still want 2 Time Mages, that way we can use rods. Golif is almost maxed out on White Mage, so I think he'll end up being one of the first Rangers we put on. And then I might make Lena the other one. Either Lena or Faris. I think Bart's will stay on Time Mage for a little longer. So I think we're gonna... I think we've... Jobs... View description... actually, I think I'm gonna move him over now. I think that's what I'll do. Ranger. White Magic level 6. He's got the Flame Blow. That's cool. Okay. Want to hear about Bart's obsession with shooting up, and it's not just on drugs. Yeah. Well, you know, he's a silly guy. Did I get the bows, actually? Yeah, I did. Okay, I got the Frost and Thunder bow. Okay. This will be actually some pretty decent physical damage, by the way. We'll be doing some decent damage here. And they're able to make use of some of the other gear we got earlier. So, they're going to be pretty tanky and pretty hard-hitting as well. So, that'll be fun. Okay. But hey, now we got a Chocobo. A black Chocobo, specifically. There's a difference. So, now, essentially, the rest of the map is available to us. Even before we have an airship, and before, you know, we had the Windrake, but Black Chocobo's better. The downside is that we can only land in forested areas. So, why are black mages all crazy? Because they're elemental. I would say that's like I give it like a 2.5 out of 5. There's Zager. Oh, that one's okay. That was like middle of the road. It's like 2.5 stars. Yeah, who needs boat when you have bird? This poor black Chocobo has 4 people riding on its back. Very unfortunate. The story wants me to go here. Or in Karnak, forget. However, I'm stubborn. I want to go back over to Karnak, and I want to farm some money. I also want to check to see how much damage Golub is going to do. See, it's a very strong Chocobo. Okay, I'm going to land here. I'm going to turn on counters. Actually, I'm going to... This is not the fastest way to level up jobs, but hey, we'll take it. Okay, so Ranger. So if we do aim, which is their normal ability, you would be so kind to show. Hello, hello, anybody in there? Knock, knock. Aim, 560 damage, not bad. If we were to do regular attack, 560 damage. You know, that's not bad. Could be worse. Anyways, Flame Rod. So, I mean, Ranger will be good, consistent damage. It's definitely better than the 20 to 60 damage we were seeing with the flails. And I'll take it. Especially, I mean, it helps that these guys are actually weak to fire. So, you know, the damage numbers are getting a little inflated, but we can hit elemental weaknesses for water, lightning, and fire with Golub right now, so that'll be fun. That'll be fun. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Alright. I think... Do I want to level up anymore? Probably should. Probably should. I definitely want more money. I want more money so I can spend it on stupid, silly things. So we'll see how that goes. I need to bring in another Flame Rod. I got 3 more. It's fine. These guys are not doing enough damage to me anymore. Find it funny that the physical combatant has more elemental flexibility than the mages? You would be shocked if we got Mystic Knight instead. Mystic Knight would have essentially have been our black mage. Like, we would have had access to fire, water, lightning. We would have access to all of the ailments. Like, we would have been set. I think she has a Flame Rod? Yeah, she does. Okay. There you go. We'll equip the Flame Rod for next round. Mystic Knight would have essentially been our mage for the game. We got it. I mean, Ranger can definitely fit that category for right now. It'll be good, consistent damage, especially because we are still at the point in the game, and we'll be here for a while, where most enemies have some kind of elemental weakness. So, at least that we can easily exploit. And so, you know, we'll be able to make use of that. Yeah, it's really funny. It's really funny. I love it. But that's kind of the irony of a run like this. You know? Where the physical attacker is better at doing elemental damage than the elemental jobs. Because of just the tools that we have. Making it so. Okay. That should give me enough coinage to get more rods. Along with a few other things. I don't want to level up too much higher because I still want this to be a challenge. But we're mostly here for the money. Why do mages make bad sailors? Because they never know when to cast off. I think I'm feeling like a 1.5. Feeling like a 1.5 here. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. Fine. I feel like a 1.5 out of 5 on that one. It was okay. That one was okay. It was okay. Hey, I appreciate a good bad pun, alright? I appreciate a good bad pun. I'm all for them. So, they get a little bit of bonus points in my book. Like a good one? Oh, that'll get some good points immediately. Alright, I think level 17 is good. I just wish these guys gave me more job points. They don't. It gives you a lot of money and a decent amount of EXP, but they do not give me barely. I'm at quadruple job point gain, and they give you 1 JP, essentially. And I have quadrupled that, and it's still not a lot. Your father, I'm not allowed to tell good jokes, they must be dad jokes. Well, see, that's the issue. I've heard stories that my father stopped being funny when he became a dad, too. However, I don't agree with that, because I actually do find dad jokes to be funny, but that is the family lore. Dads stop being funny whenever they become dads. What am I missing? Oh, rods. Right. Yeah. See, I think dad puns are funny. I think they're punny. Okay, that one was bad. I'll be honest. That was just a gimme, and I couldn't resist. That was a gimme. I still have to work on that myself. This is why I usually edit out any jokes I do make in my videos, because they're pretty bad. I have to script them. And then rewrite them dozens and dozens of times. I keep killing the bit. She need a pair. Okay, that one was good. All right, I'd say that one is 3.5. 3.5. All right, so there are a few places we can visit. With the Braco Chocobo. However, do I want to do any of it right now? Because we can go visit Lix right here. Which, that's a whole thing. There's some things that we can do here, and then we can continue the story. Honestly, I think I should cut my losses here. Become the chat jester. Well, you know, there are worse titles to have. There are worse titles to have. I think we've made some pretty good progress today. I feel like I should end it on a high note, because I think if I make any more story progress, I'm gonna hit a wall. And I do kind of... Actually, no, hang on. I'll do this. We're gonna head back here. We're gonna head to Castle Tycoon. Because this is not something I do very often. I don't usually come back here in the early portions of the game. Oh, right. I have to do this whole little bit. No, screw this. I'm out. I'm out. I'm not gonna do this whole bit right now. Never mind. Never mind. That's a whole little side story I'm not gonna get involved with right now. I think we're gonna call it. I think we're gonna call it for today. I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna go and save. Move over here. I think that's what we're gonna call it for today. That was a good 5.5-hour stream. I made a lot more progress than I thought I would. I need to make sure I have a white mage on my team before I leave. Otherwise, I am breaking the rules. Let's put it on arts. The white mage. There we go. This was fun. And I'm excited to see how this goes. I don't think... I feel like this challenge will probably be anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks long. I feel like, because the game itself is around 30 hours, but I know some tricks to speed up some stuff. I think it'll really come down to just how challenging some of the later fights get, and also what last job we get, because there's definitely a scenario where I get a cringe last job, and it gets rough. But I think what we've got right now is actually not that bad. So, I'm looking forward to this. This was a pretty good start. White Mage was not nearly as big of a problem as I was expecting it to be. And essentially, from this point onward, it's going to be a godsend. Having a dedicated healer is really good. So, Thank you guys so much for stopping by. It'll be the same time next week, as long as everything else goes to plan. I will, sometime this evening, I'll get my files, I'll get my hard drive back out and get that Brave Bearer out. Because, again, I talked about this earlier, I put away my stuff too soon. I need to get my external hard drive back out with all my Brave Bearer things in there and get that video out this evening. So, that'll come out sometime tonight. And then that'll be it for BD2. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to record the ball fights for the remaster, and then I'll have that in a video format here soon. So, a few things coming. But yeah, I need to go eat food. I'm hungry. And I need to get out of my room. It started toasting up on me in the last 45 minutes or so, and I need to air it out. So, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys next week.